sacrifice for what that woman would have to represent before that man. That's why I asked you, where can she point out black women that are married to powerful white men that have already put them in power based on virtue?
Meghan Markle.
Now they own companies. You don't see it. It's no.
One of the black women that married someone in Walmart.
Can we have another speak?
The only reason I say to my brother, let me say this to Brandon real quick. The only reason I would disagree with Meghan Markle is because he denounced his.
Yeah. You're right.
I mean,
you had to leave. Yeah, you're right.
Stupid. You
And what about Candace Owens?
Another example. Another bad
Candace Owens is the breadwinner. She makes more money.
What y'all fail to realize is that their complexion alone has more power than you niggas holding y'all hand in any fucking day. So, and that's to say a lot because I'm so their complexion holds more power than me too. I get it, but you're not seeing the bigger picture. When a black woman, whenever she does, I know it doesn't happen a lot according to you all, but when it happens, when she goes to the white man, however that shit goes, that power among her proximity to that whiteness gives her more power than you can ever have. Even when you decide to marry or get with a white woman, you don't hold that kind of power. You actually bring her down, whereas a white man brings the black woman up. You understand? So it's a difference. Y'all can't compare. Y'all can't.
What she's saying is 100% false. It's all untrue.
No, don't attack her. Hold on, Mr. Brooks. Don't attack her, attack the point.
The baby nigga, he work at 10 different warehouses.
No personal attack.
No, I'm just saying. To support his white wife.
Brooklyn.
Hold on. Submit to a black man.
She's not gonna shut up.
Hold on, fellas. Be composed. It's on dark next. Hold on. It's on dark.
Brooklyn is being nice.
Hold on, Brooklyn is being very nice. Land your plane, though, Brooklyn, and then we're gonna go to dark next. Fellas, be composed because we are black men. We are strong. Hear me and hear my song. No, yes, you can, brother. Can't shouldn't be in a man's vocabulary.
I just want to use a nigga on the stage as an example. Baby, for example.
Please don't use me as an example.
He's probably married to a white
No. Don't get personal. Leave your stuff out of there.
It's not personal, but it's a good example.
No, it's not.
Let's try to shut it for
150 hours a week to support this white woman. 150 hours a week.
No, she's not gonna stop.
A black woman marrying a white man ain't working 150 hours a week to support him. You see what I'm saying? The power dynamic is bigger. Like, come on now. Like, I feel like this is
Listen. Hold on. The more y'all cut her off, the more time she gets to speak. Y'all gotta be composed. It's on dark smart next. Go ahead,
I don't like crackers. I don't like how they smell. I don't like how they look. This is not a me thing. Don't ask me about me, okay? I'm just saying, in general, when a black woman get with a cracker man, she comes up, and y'all don't have that same fucking proximity or power, and that's just
All right, cool.
I just want to say this real quick. I'm gonna let Dog have it, but I just want to say this one thing, and I actually would agree with her because a black woman who gets with a white man, she actually saves him money because she doesn't get her hair done. She doesn't get wigs. She doesn't lay down her baby hair. They usually go
bad wigs.
They either have bad wigs or rock the natural. So I do want to point.
All right, cool. Hold on.
It's going over y'all heads though, because
White men don't want black women.
It's on dark next.
One second. I just want to say, right, as a black woman who dates a white man, if she does, however, divorce this white man, especially if he's wealthy and she has kids, she does take a lot from that relationship. She's gonna come out of on top, right? That's if you're divorcing. Now, if a black man is divorcing a white woman,
Hold on, brother.
if a black man is divorcing a white woman, he's gonna lose a lot more than gaining anything.
Okay, now name the.
No. Hold on. It's on dark. Hold on. We gonna let you get in there, brother.
Before dark, Boogie wanted to play a clip.
Man, fuck that nigga.
Yeah, fuck it.
Let's go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Boogie.
Go ahead.
He can go first if he wants. Go ahead if you want to.
Now I really want her to name some black women who divorced white men and got a bag. Name them.
We will. Hold on.
Go ahead, Dark, with your point, bro.
Go ahead, Dark.
She's confusing power with privilege. That's it. She thinks it's power. Power is basically I'm able to make the outcome mine and mine alone. Privilege is easier for gender, easier lifestyle. She don't know what she's talking about, so let's move on.
Let's go, Dark. Let's go, Dark. We up. I said, it's funny that we're talking about this because I was just watching an interview with Ari Spears about this same topic, and it's so ironic. I was watching it yesterday actually, and it kind of correlates with what y'all been saying. So let me pull it up real quick. Hey, shout out Rico and Ye, man. I ain't seen y'all since season 1, yo. Crazy, man. Long time no see.
What's up, Boogie?
Yeah, it was the word.
We'll play this real quick.
You know this shit. I'm about to say what the fuck.
You talked about how women like to say that black men who marry white women don't love their moms.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. You know, listen, love is love. You know, loyalty is hard to find, trust is hard to find, love is hard to find, friendship. And if you find all of those qualities in somebody that just is not the same pigmentation as you, who gives a fuck what other people think? Life is short, man. Do you? But and I'm all for the love and the celebration of my sisters and my black queens. And I always said, for me personally, if I ever get married again, who I have my legacy with, a family with, it's gonna be a black woman or a Hispanic woman. You know, my one baby mother black, the other Puerto Rican. That's my taste. But if it just so happens to not be a black women, stop. That's because you don't like your mother. What a ridiculous fucking thing to say. That you don't like your mother just because you choose to procreate and share a legacy with somebody who is not black? That is ridiculous. I don't love my mama? That is the most asinine thing to ever fucking say.
That's crazy.
Dion Cole said this in his stand-up. We talked about it in our last interview. Do you feel that black women give a harder time to black men who date outside the race as opposed to black men giving a hard time to black women who date outside the race?
No, men don't give a fuck what pussy you get, because we know it's pussy. You know, and black women only get upset when it's a black man of value. When you're Denzel, when you're Michael Jordan, if you're the...
I called Tab.
But he was cooking, but he had. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let y'all cook. I'm gonna keep playing the clip, but I just wanted to highlight that part. I wanted to highlight that part.
Fuck what pussy you get, because we know it's pussy. You know, and black women only get upset when it's a black man of value.
Oh, okay. This part right here, and then I'll let the clip be playing.
You know, and black women only get upset when it's a black man of value. When you're Denzel, when you're Michael Jordan, if you're the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, if you're in the 50% tax bracket, then it matters. Because it's like, you know, they look at it like almost if the shit hits the fan, then why put that money in another community? At least if it don't work with a black woman, you keep the money in the community. And as a man that is about to have half his shit taken, I can give a fuck about the community. Don't take half my shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not thinking about that because black women fuck black men over in divorce court just as much as white women. True. So let's stop that myth. Yeah. That somehow being with a black woman, because that's another thing they say. See, that's what happens when you date outside your own. Man, please. A black woman will take a man to court just as fast as a white bitch.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know how many basketball.
So I'll stop there and let y'all cook.
That man was fucking
He was
You
cooking.
gotta take a black man with money to
I'm gonna put the
court.
link up top if y'all want to check out that interview.
But I know earlier somebody was asking about some examples of what I was talking about with black women winning when they date outside their race. Serena Williams, for example. Eve,
She's
for
the
example.
They have money already, like they have money.
Eve,
This
for
Serena
example.
divorce, she gonna have to
Okay,
pay that
and
white
so
man.
thank you, you're right. A lot of those women have money, and a lot of those men have even more money. So
Serena is
what
the
is the
bread.
Wait a minute. Everybody chill out. Y'all relax, bro. Relax. Y'all ask for examples. She's trying to give you some examples. And then once she's finished, then we can tell her that her example was whack. Let her finish.
Then we also have, men that lost. O.J. Simpson, Tiger Woods. These men married outside their race and they lost big time. Another example, I know y'all hate this woman, but Kamala won big too. Like, what are we doing here?
When it comes, how did Kamala win? My only thing is,
Married to a white man who has money too.
You name men that the average black woman would never have a chance to be in
And a lot of you men are talking about yourselves like
Kamala not even
that you'll never
black.
have.
You keep
that was a good point. That was a good point, Fatima.
First of all, hold on. Let me
What's money?
You literally need one woman. Eve is the only one. Serena is the breadwinner in her marriage. If Serena got a divorce, she would have to pay her husband. Y'all gotta chill out.
And Kamala is the biggest loser.
No, she wouldn't.
Wait a second.
Kamala's husband is broke.
Look, I don't want to start shooting people. I'm not yelling with y'all. But look, Kamala got with that man and she lost the presidency. But when she was cheating with a black man, that's when she became the mayor of the governor of Cali. That's when she came up.
Right on, brother.
White men don't even want
Kamala
that.
not even black.
Tell them the truth. White men don't even want that.
No, the numbers aren't saying that, but go ahead, Dante Brooks.
Yeah, I'm saying, let his art.
No, I don't have nothing to say right now. I'm just listening to y'all.
His art was trying to
Got my nigga Dante in the building. What's goody, my nigga?
What's going on? All right, his art. What do you think about what's being said right now? And just hold on, real quick reset. Black men, I know this is a tough conversation, but listen, I trust all y'all men on the stage, bro. I trust all y'all men on stage to actually be able to be composed and to have this conversation. No, absolutely, brother. And if there's a point that is made, I just ask that you do not attack the person that made the point. Attack the point itself. And I trust y'all, so let's get back to it. Go ahead, Miss Art. Dark, go ahead.
We don't have to go down swinging, gentlemen. Black men, within the past 10 years, 1.79 millionaires and billionaires, and the numbers have substantially grown. There's only 3 black female billionaires in the U.S. I think we're coming up right now. So we're talking about power and influence. The women have to then define power, exactly what it means. If they can't define power, they don't know what they talk about. Let's push on.
So I got a question. Let me ask him a question.
We got an ISO.
Sir, what industries do black men
Tech.
control?
I didn't say control. Nobody controls anything.
Sports and entertainment.
That's not what's in the U.S.
Sports and entertainment. Let them ISO.
Dante answered the question. I appreciate
Wait. So you mean to tell me that black men or black people own NBA, NFL, NHL,
Private equity.
the other one?
Look it up.
They
Private
own
equity.
these teams? They own
Private
these teams.
equity.
How many? Do you know what control means? I'm not talking about 1 or 2.
Did you not just see LeBron get his son?
She shifted the conversation from.
I'm not shifting anything. You said that it was all of these billionaires, and I'm trying to figure out, well, what industries do they control? You said sports, but I'm trying to figure out what teams are owned by black people.
Hold on. This ISO
So between her and Dark, go ahead, Dark.
This is interesting. I'm not attacking you, Dark.
I understand, Princess. Listen, we're talking about simply control, and black men don't control it, but we're talking about influential, powerful people that happen to be within those industries.
I'm gonna tell you.
For the past 10 to 15 years, it just so happened to be black men.
And then athletes are the number one exploited
So y'all
men.
don't understand what I mean.
But we shifted the conversation from power to control.
You don't know this control, because in order to have control over something, in order to have power, you have to have control over something, and you don't have. If you don't have control over it, you don't have any power.
Black men do have control because they make up majority of the team. So without the black men,
That's slavery.
The problem is black men won't boycott.
that black men don't control.
Black men will not boycott the system that controls them. That's the only point she has of power. Those particular infrastructures are racist driven. They're going to block out black people. There are a lot of black people that have enough money to own teams. They're just blocked out. And blacks won't boycott these NFL and NBA teams.
So Dante, hold on. So Dante,
Can I come with
her point? Hold on, really quick. Her point is still, I think, would still be valid, right? Because if, let's say, even with all the money in the world, they can still keep you out of ownership. That still means that they hold the power, right? We've seen it with athletes that have been blackballed, like the Colin Kaepernicks and shit, right? All the talent in the world. But once those white men got together and said, nah, fuck dude, it was fuck dude, right? So I don't think you all, just because we can say that black men dominate in basketball and in football and shit like that, that we have that power, because guess what? The moment that they want to get together and get you the fuck out of there, they will get you the fuck out of there. That's all. So go ahead, though, for
The only point that we had was about the money being made.
Right? I just want to add some insight for you all. So I looked up the percentage of power, right? Because there's a difference between power and control. Power that black men have in America. Black men in political representation hold 4% of U.S. seats. That is 3 black governors as of 2021. No black men currently serve as governors right now, right? Federal cabinet, 2 of 24 cabinet members were black. Corporate leadership, only 4 black CEOs as of 2023, down from 6 in 2012. Top 25 companies are just 2 black men. That's Ken Frazier of Merck and Al Kelly of Visa. Oh yeah, he is. Then in judicial and law enforcement, 1 black justice, Clarence Thomas, out of 9. Police chiefs, 14 of 25 largest police departments are led by people of color. The wealth gap. Median black household wealth is $24,100 versus $188,200 for white households. Black men face higher unemployment and wage disparities. Entrepreneurship. Black-owned businesses receive 1% of venture capital. Media and entertainment. Black men dominate sports and music, but hold limited executive roles. Example, only 2 black studio heads in Hollywood. Political takeaways, so that's just that. I just want y'all to remember those things.
Well, there's more black studio owners and studio heads now.
And you just named just Hollywood.
There are more than that.
I mean, we can go and do a deeper dive, but I'm just doing the surface level right here.
But hold on, Fatty, and that's a great point. I'm glad you brought out all those stats and facts. So why are black women then so mad when a black man goes out and gives him some milk of magnesia?
Because they realize that
the nigga that they mad at is out of their fucking league in the first place.
Well, I think
That's fine, man.
black women.
No, they're mad because the man that they overlooked has the power now. That's the issue. They overlooked that man. That's why they mad.
Can y'all define
Hey, don't attack me. Just talk to the point, like they said.
Well,
Talk to the point. Talk to the point. You overlooked him. You overlooked him. You overlooked him, and now he's winning, and y'all mad.
Dante,
That's what it is.
excuse me.
You've got to let him land.
They not gonna let me land. It's the same four people talking.
One second, right? According to the stats, Herm is right. Why are black women mad? But I do believe it's because black women want mediocrity, and so they want to choose these black men that are not, worthy or of higher power. That's why they're mad.
Define that, because I don't understand.
No, wait, one second.
We're in the same place.
Wow, y'all are unruly.
You've got to let him land.
Once Dante was speaking, can we let Dante finish his point and then Amar?
Yeah, it's very simple. My point is, the women that y'all are referencing are women that are upset that they overlooked that man or they left that man in the middle of his transition to power. Period.
So I just want to say that I love that Fatima takes every chance that she gets to be anti-black. And next time I say that you're not a black woman, I don't want you to say anything because you definitely just othered yourself. You said they and them when you were talking about black women. You did not include yourself. So with that being said, I just want to attack the point of whoever said that the women are mad that they don't have access to the men that they desire. I think that that's actually the same thing. I think it goes both ways with the men. I think that the only reason why the men have these gripes is because you're telling women to lower their standards so that way you can have access to women that you normally wouldn't have access to. So what are we talking about here? I think that everybody just needs to humble themselves, be realistic about who you have access to, and then you won't have to try to convince people to lower their standard.
Can somebody give me an example of what mad look like a mad angry black woman about
Y'all women keep changing the narrative. See, the problem is they like to only hear from certain particular types of men. Let's stay to the point that you guys made up. The reason why these women are upset at these men that cross over and date these Caucasian women is because they overlook those men. Let's talk to that point.
But what are they overlooking, though?
They overlook what he does not have, what he did not have.
So let's look at Childish Gambino. Why did y'all overlook him?
Childish Gambino, he doesn't have enough power and status.
The Russell Wilsons and shit.
You're talking about Donald Glover. Nobody overlooked Donald Glover.
Nah, so you want Donald Glover?
City. He hasn't been a black
He was with Janae Aiko.
and he's in a black city.
I muted you guys all. If we're focused on just like money, because the power thing is irrelevant to be honest, because it's not there, it's not on our side. On average, black men out-earn black women. Black women might be more educated, but if we're looking at the numbers, black men do make more money than black women. So what's the issue, black women? Like, how are black men at the bottom?
Every race of men make more than the women, though. So
Hey man, black women are starting to make more money than black men. Y'all are saying that shit in reverse. Black women are in the banks, getting real money, starting businesses, and black men are lacking. Let's just
men are
keep it
supposed to make more money than women.
Alright, so
They don't. They're not.
Hold on, Dante. So what do you think the solution is, right? When you're saying that, okay, you're saying that black women are starting to earn more, but then you also acknowledge that black men are starting to get their shit together and earn as well. What do you think the solution is so we're not having these types of conversations on Clubhouse where black men and black women can't like coexist and can't be partners and actually, have a well put together household? What do you think the solution is?
Yeah, I don't think black men, I didn't say that statement. Black men are not getting their shit together.
So
They're not.
Black niggas ain't shit.
No, I ain't saying that. I'm not saying that, but the majority of black men are lazy, bro. They not hustling.
Period.
They not hustling.
Let him cook. Go ahead, though, Dante.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this to tear down my brothers, but in reality, man, these black men are not creating shit. We're lazy, man. Look at the ghettos around America. They killing up shit, and a white man is coming in there taking our real wealth, which is our real estate. We don't own shit. Show me where black men are advancing in high numbers. We're not.
Bro,
women are. Black women.
Okay,
Let me land, G.
You got to let him land, G.
They not gonna let me land because the reason why they gonna attack me because they already have this preconceived judgment of me. But here's the reality: a lot of these dudes, man, they don't got shit. They don't got shit, and the problem is they got ego. They will not date a woman that's doing better than them because black men are jealous of black women that are outperforming them.
That's not true.
That's a fact, bruh. Then why you ain't got a woman that's making more than you?
Shout
It's
out
an
to
ego
Furry
thing.
Blue playing in the
Okay.
back.
No. Let Dark and Dante have this. Go ahead, Dante.
Hey, bro, listen, I ain't trying to argue with no man on here. I'm just making to the point of what it is. You're not outperforming black women. And black men don't understand that.
That is true.
Let Dark.
Minority black women are more powerful when it comes to the banking infrastructure, and men won't build with black women. That's the fucking point.
Hold on.
Let Dark. Go ahead, Dark.
Yeah, we outperforming in tech, real estate, finance, construction, business, applications. We're definitely outperforming. What are you talking
You
about?
lying.
In the number. Hold on. I'm not lying because you can look it up for
I'm
yourself.
talking about you. I'm talking about Dante.
Well, the brother, yeah. Hold on, brother. We got it. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. But yeah, niggas are not intimidated by women with money. It's how women act when she get money. It's not intimidation. It's annoyance. Y'all keep trying to use that intimidation word or scare word or whatever. Y'all niggas sound crazy as shit when y'all speak like that.
Who are they outperforming?
Yeah, bro. I'm with it. Black women, number one.
Okay.
I'm just also
Okay,
another
because
thing
we're
too.
your only competition. What about the other
For
races
now.
of men?
Okay, races of men too.
Hey,
Right?
black men are
so
listen, man, y'all talking
even
that
within
bullshit.
those same
You got to let him land, G.
Hold on. Even
The
within those
computers
same
can
industries.
outperform your ass.
Even within those same industries, even within those same industries, black men are now doing $100 billion deals. They wilding the fuck out right now. Y'all not giving them credit. Hold on, we're not talking about one. No, we're talking about a plethora of men. Oh my God. Hold on, brother man. You can look this up yourself. That's the problem with you niggas. Y'all don't read it.
Bro, I'm already in business. Like, bro, so dog, tell me, are you in tech?
I mean, whatever. What you want to talk about, man? What's up?
Brother, you started a conversation. First of all, you said Dante's statistics was trash, right? Then you made a statement about black men is being more black men than women in tech. And I'm asking you specifically, are you in tech? Because if we can't go by statistics, then clearly that means that you can go by like your day-to-day activities. So if you in tech, explain to us what that looks like, right? Because I got a wife that's in tech, my nigga. She been in tech for like 3 years, and anytime she go on a fucking Zoom call or it's like classes, I don't see no black brothers, bro. None. So I'm trying to figure out where you at in tech. So I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying that it ain't no. I'm not saying that it's none. I'm not saying that it's none. I'm just trying to figure out where he getting these statistics from. That is more of them or more of us than. Yeah, it's more of us than black
100% of the black women, correct.
Wait a minute. But like if we look at the statistics, there has been a sharp decline in black men entering the tech and
Oh my lord! Now here we go. I got you.
Black men don't even got jobs.
Can I get
Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing. Most of these black men ain't even got $20,000 saved up right now. They ain't even got $20,000. And y'all talking about it. Black women save money better than black men. Majority of you guys argue with me. They either got $25,000. You don't even got $25,000 saved. Or rainy day.
Maybe the eviction rate will be lower, nigga.
Why are you guys over talking each other? Come on.
Because they full of testosterone. They not fucking because they want to sit up and play video games. Majority of these men that's gonna argue with me, they don't even got 25,000. They don't even got 25,000. You don't got 25,000. They won't even let me talk.
Hold on. Real quick, I just want to
to say that there has been more hateful rhetoric spewed against black men by black men today than black women and white men. So back to it. Go ahead, though, Dante. What were you saying, brother?
Majority of the men, listen, man, I'm not lying. I didn't say you, but here's the reality. I already know the broke niggas in this room because you're going to want to attack points that are irrelevant to what I'm saying. Majority of you guys that want to argue with me, I know for a fact you don't even got the bare minimum, which is $25,000 for a rainy day. So how can you say that you're outperforming black women when you don't even have the thing that make you a man? $10,000. You couldn't even show it, bro.
God,
and I'm not even saying
that they have it either. What are you talking about?
Man, listen, but he's holding the men accountable though, right? So if
that's all
men
I'm saying.
are supposed to be the breadwinners, wouldn't it?
Easier
Go
for
ahead,
a
bro.
man to make 10,000 before women. A lady, Dante.
You think so?
Yo, this nigga, baby, he just like, first of all, he got a white wife. Let's like that.
No, let's not get personal. Wait, let's not get personal. Let's not get personal.
White wife, bro. This nigga always on here caping for food.
Let's not get personal, fellas.
He only in community with black people on his app. He don't know black people in real life.
Let's not get personal.
He wake up to big nipples every day.
Let's not get Go ahead, so let's not get personal.
Guys, one mic or we'll just start shooting to the goo and bring you up by 2 by 2. This is annoying.
Can I hop in here
I just want to say, can I just break it in real quick?
As a black man,
He
wasn't wrong.
Because all of you are right? All of you are right in your own points. Black men typically earn more than black women, reflecting broader gender and racial wage gaps. Black men earned 0.94 cents for every dollar earned by the white man. Black women earn 0.67 cents for every dollar earned by the white man. This means black women earn 30% less than black men relative to white male earnings. However, unemployment and labor force participation. Black men unemployment rate 5.6% lower than black women 6.1%. Higher labor force participation 69.2% versus 61.2% for black women. Black women lost 304,000 jobs between February through April 2025, worsening their economic position. Black men more likely to work in higher paying sectors like construction, transportation, or skilled trades. Black women overrepresented in low-wage service jobs, healthcare support, childcare, and face a double penalty from gender and racial bias. Black mothers earn 64 cents per dollar paid to fathers, exasperating the gap with black men. Fatherhood often boosts men's wages with the fatherhood premium, while motherhood reduces women's earnings.
Bro, can you do some sound effects with this shit, bro?
Real quick.
I can't.
I don't have a child.
It's information.
If you have custody of the child, right? Majority of the women do. Don't y'all get like between like $5,000 to $8,000 per child?
Not black women, no.
Per child is crazy.
No, niggas is barely making
But
barely making child support, baby. That ain't real.
Black men was doing better than black women. I hope we can comprehend that, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, there you go.
Can I say something just real quick? Just going back to what Dante was saying, though, he wasn't wrong whatsoever. If we look at the wage gap between black men and black women, it is decreasing year over year compared to that of white men versus white women. Why is that? We can look at the statistics. Since 2021, black men have decreased in attending and graduating college by 14.3%, while black women have increased by 11.9% in the STEM fields. We're not graduating or attending college as we used to. And due to that, we are seeing the wage gap decrease. And I think that's what Dante was speaking to. Black women are starting to do better than black men. It's not that they're doing better across the board, but we are starting to see that trend of black women attaining their degrees and entering high-paid sectors.
Did y'all not just hear
Hold on.
You got to let him learn, pussy.
Hold on.
You've got to let him learn.
Because they got to let me land. I think what I'm trying to tell you. Anyways, just like I say, I understand as black men we don't like to hear this, but let's instead of trying to bicker with women, we try to bicker with ourselves and figure out why we aren't attending college at higher rates, why we aren't graduating at higher rates, why we have a 65% college dropout rate compared to a 32% dropout rate for black women. Why are our rates so high when it comes down to the negative aspects, but not the higher aspects of life and things of that nature? Why are we decreasing in college and increasing in everything else? That's an issue.
I'd be redundant.
I think that he's actually showing, like, so I think listening to the stage, right, and I'm gonna let y'all get back to it. I think you all are proving a point by trying to compare the men and the women, right? I think that the women and some of the men on stage are saying, no, don't compete with the women. Don't show how you're doing better than the women. Show how you're doing better than the men. Or to the brother's point, speak about how black men can improve, right? Hold ourselves accountable, I guess, guys. But go ahead. Who's it on?
Okay, so we're talking about.
Blake your mic low, bro.
We're talking about these statistics. I have a statistic here saying that Generation Z, Gen Z, is prospect to be the richest generation ever as a whole. That's the whole generation, the richest generation alive. So when we talking about all these statistics, and I have this statistic saying that the whole generation is supposed to be better than the people 10 years ago. All right? This whole generation of Gen Z is supposed to be better. Okay.
I will, bro. It's gonna be easier. It's gonna be easier to get money. Like niggas, y'all got. I mean, let's be honest, bro. We talk about tech and all this, bro. Like you got AI. You don't even have to go to business school no more. You can literally prompt AI.
But he
to answer all of the fucking questions as like a Yale business graduate and shit. Like it's no excuse. Yeah, like it's no excuse for like niggas to not get to a bag no more, bro. Yeah, but so of course y'all gonna be the richest.
Y'all acting like we're not doing
You just can't be like prompting AI.
Let me say this real quick, y'all. Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this. I think y'all are doing a great job. Let me reset real quick. Shout out Shucks for this room, for this topic. You see the title, Black Women and Rainbows Love White Men, but Shame Black Men for their type or their preferences. I think we're doing a great job with this conversation, but y'all have to let each other land. Try not to cut each other off, because I don't want to have to shoot anybody, all right? We got the guns locked and loaded, but I want to keep the conversation going. We want to get some folks who haven't spoke yet, haven't had an opportunity to speak, to give some input, but I just want to applaud you guys because y'all are doing a great job.
My hands are up. Don't shoot.
But I do want to point out something to y'all, that there is a demand for electrician and plumbing jobs in America that start at $73,000 a year. So if black men didn't want to go to college, you can hit up a trade school and get that certificate and start making money off the rip, because there is a high demand for it right now.
Let me respond. Let me respond. Let me cook. So look, why is it that black men have to take on those jobs, right? Y'all always talk about patriarchy, and it shouldn't just be the bulldaggers taking those jobs. Why don't y'all women tuck your baby hairs down off your forehead, tighten your wig down, and why don't y'all get underneath them cars?
It's all kind of social media influences that take on blue collar now. Like, that's the way, bro.
Honestly, Herm, like,
I want to be able to.
You've got to let her learn, Amara.
Jesus Christ.
Amara, hold on one second, Amara.
Fatima responds to everyone.
Oh my goodness.
We're done.
He was talking to me though. So can I respond?
Yes, and then Amara, go ahead. Because I don't think Amara is going to tie them locks back and start getting into nobody's toilets fixing toilets, fixing no drains, and none of that. She ain't doing that.
So I'm saying to get these jobs are in high demand. Yes, if black women wanted to get into those demands, then they could. However, black women need to be at home to be able to take care of the children, to be able to rear end the house, to be able to make sure that a man has a peace of mind when he comes home, right? And so we're allowing black men to go out and get these jobs, and it doesn't mean that you have to go out and be the physical plumber or electrician. Then create a company and start teaching others, and the black woman could be right by your side helping you build that company up. But you got to be able to, start these things, have that initiative, because there's too many black women at home right now with their babies.
I think we're getting off the topic though, right? The topic is black women and the rainbow people love white.
Hey, hold on, Trouble. I think it was Amhara and then it's you, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, no, my bad, bro.
Bring it back around to get us back on track, Trouble. Let him already reply.
And then it's on you, Trouble.
Yeah, so actually I'm not even gonna respond to that. I'm gonna bring it back to the point. Me personally, and her, I'm not going out there and doing no hard labor jobs. I'm a kept woman. I don't know who fought for feminism.
So why do you think? What is wrong with that commercial?
Okay, I just finished watching it.
So what do you think?
I think it bothers you. I think you're whoever's anonymous in my room. I don't like it. If you got something to say, get up on the stage. Leave my room and leave it now.
What you gonna do about it?
Who's anonymous sneaking and peeking? I don't like people sneaking and peeking in my room. So if I gotta cancel you, I will. I know who you are. You already announced yourself. Sneakers and peekers. I don't like sneakers and peekers. Get the hell up out of my room. Anyway, you don't like that room because you don't like that commercial because of the fact that it paints all illegal immigrants as criminals.
No, it's a brown nosing ad. She thought she was important enough to be on national television and had to kiss the president's ass. There is no need to produce a commercial with taxpayer dollars that kisses the president's ass. She can do that on her own fucking time. I think it is so tacky. I think it is like white trash in the trailer kind of tacky behavior personally.
I don't understand why I can't figure you out, Marshall. That's a commercial that spreads a message that needs to be spread. You need to let people know, stop coming into the country illegally. I'm sure Trump approved it. And I think you don't like it.
Absolutely.
For a very petty reason. It's a very good ad.
I'm not saying we shouldn't settle. I'm not saying we shouldn't say that part. I'm more pointing that it's a brown-nosing commercial and that she wasted money brown-nosing the president even though she really didn't need to because he's already doing it like a fairly decent job. Very annoyed by that, but I mean it's a small room, so I felt like I could express my annoyance without it being particularly too petty.
Right, I just still think, I can't figure you out. I know you're a very particular individual, but Dr. Adams, if you watch the YouTube clip that I pinned to the top of the room, Marshall thinks that's a commercial that is brown-nosing, should not have been, taxpayer dollars should not have been used to create it.
Absolutely.
And she should have done it on her own time. And he called it a white trash situation. I don't understand this, Marshall. I really don't understand it.
So Marshall. Can he hear me?
Yes, he can hear.
Okay. So Marshall, as you know, my mom
is not a indigenous American, right? And as you know, Marshall, I have family on that side that is serving in Senate. So for me, listening to you talk about illegal immigration and having family members that have been deported, right? And family members that are serving our country, I personally find a problem with the fact that people look at this as trolling. This is not trolling. This is restoring order. Do you understand where I'm coming from with that, Marshall?
Marshall, are you there? Marshall going once. Marshall going twice.
I'm here. I'm just trying to use a stall right now, so sorry. But yes, Adam, I understand.
Marshall, have you been to California?
When I was a kid, I've been back since.
Right. So, do you know that when you drive from Orange County down to Riverside, there's signs on the freeway that tell drivers to watch out for people that are, illegal and, could potentially run across the freeway?
No, but I'm not surprised.
Okay.
We have a wrong person back here.
Right. So this is my point, Marshall. The illegal immigration situation looks a little bit different in Texas than it does in California. It looks a little bit different in, California than it does in Arizona. Right? So I feel like, again, the illegal immigration issue and the, how should I say this, like the symphony of people getting along is a little bit different in Texas than it is in California. Like Los Angeles is looking more and more like Tijuana every single day. Like, I'm not talking about the food, I'm not talking about the culture, I'm talking about the crime, the graffiti, the vandalism, and, the issues that come along with living in a third world country. This is now being imported into the United States. Shit, I can't mute. Like, what the fuck? Hold on, I'm gonna have to come in. Alright, sorry about that.
Hi, Isabella. It's John. Hope you had a lovely Sunday. I don't know if you're working tomorrow, but it's going to be almost 80 degrees and sunny. If you're free, we could go to Montrose Beach in my boat. I'd love to see you tonight if you're available. But anyways, hope you had a fun night last night, and I'd love to see you again. Bye.
He's like fondling his balls really hard. Yeah. So I tried to watch like the 3-hour long video that he did on the theory, and it was like the most like. I mean, I'm not like a grad level physicist or anything, so of course like I don't like totally understand all these things brought up in his theory, I guess. But like he's acting as if the video is supposed to be like understandable to people, and it's just like fucking completely indecipherable. It's like one of the most like incoherent things I've ever watched in my life. And so the funny thing is, post the Piers Morgan thing, right? Kurt Jaimungal has a video on his channel that's like geometric unity 30 years in the making, but it's behind a paywall, right? So it's like after he gets this little feature on Piers Morgan, right? He uploads a video about with Eric in the thumbnail about his theory that's like behind a fucking paywall. You know, that's the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life, dude. They are such shills. They're such scumbag people.
No, I think Sean Carroll's the douchebag.
Miller, why did you want to go back over?
So like, I don't know, just a lot of what you said didn't make sense to me.
What part of it?
So like, when you say...
Anyway, Sully, what do you think about...
Why you kicking Miller and Concrete is still here? That's like...
Kiss my ass, Sully. I didn't do anything.
I'm not saying you should kick Concrete. I'm saying I'm surprised.
Backhand smack me because Sam smacks Miller doesn't mean you should smack me. What the fuck? Fuck you.
I'm not saying you should. I'm saying I'm surprised at Sam.
I didn't do anything.
Instead of you.
I didn't. What did I do?
Hey, guys.
I'm making fun of Sam, dude.
Yo. So are we in agreement that it's NOI divided by market value?
Miller, do you think the sales price is the same thing as a market value?
Yeah, the sales price, that's if it's sold at a price, right? But sales, like as in revenue, right, isn't the same thing as sales price.
Yeah, so what did you hear me?
You're saying, but like, a lot of the time things aren't sold at a price, like it hasn't been determined, right? So like, another thing is that like, the types of loans that like Recharge ask, right, are like over $500 million.
Can I just go back and beat up on Sully for using you?
So like, what?
It's because Sam hates you more than Miller.
Sam doesn't hate me.
No, because Miller was the instigator.
Yes, he
Concrete was down to let sleeping dogs lie.
Concrete, he was calling you Bigfoot.
Yeah, Sam, do you hate me, bro?
No, I did not. I said it'd be funny if you
wasn't. You hate me, Sam?
You went on a whole monologue about him.
Sam.
No, I said it would be funny if he was, but
listen, you described it in great detail.
Sully, let me explain some things to you.
You were right to
So what happens,
you actually were right about
Sully, what happens is that sometimes people play up to the crowd because, you know, you've got guests over and you're feeling good, you might have a little wine, so you play into the crowd, right? Doesn't mean that there's some long-term lingering sentiment that exists. Now, he might hate me, I don't know. But
he does.
All right, fine, Sam. That's fine. But
I don't.
Now,
that's the funny thing, Concrete. You're just like this. You're misinterpreting everything.
Calm down.
I am calm, Concrete.
Can you let me finish?
Don't want you to.
Can you let me finish? So what you're seeing play out before you between Mills, myself, and Sam is something that spawned earlier today before you were here. It was outside of your presence. So you don't have the entire backstory that we all have, which is why you don't understand why Mills is going down and not me.
Okay.
But don't use me to try to like figure it out. Just say, hey Sam, why are you kicking Mills down? That would have
Concrete, you're missing the
answer.
man.
Oh my gosh, bro.
It's
not that complicated.
It's like it flew over your head, dude.
Concrete. So it's because I kept saying, Miller, stop bringing this up, and he kept going in berserker mode, like get the eye of the Jew.
Look, I just think it's funny that you take down Miller and not fucking sling King David sling. Is fucking with the Uzi, and he was just like, you know, and I was like, yo, I don't want to talk about banking anymore. You were just calling Concrete a conversational terrorist, like earlier.
God, let it go. Look,
Concrete, it's just funny, and you don't get it.
Sam, what Sully's doing is that he's obviously trying to cause
This is all Concrete ever thinks about is causation, because he's Concrete, not abstract.
He wants a schism between you and I when there is no need for a schism at this moment.
I don't even think about causation, Concrete.
The whites have figured out divide and conquer long before. Like people accuse the Jews of divide and conquer, but it's actually the white colonialism that they made Irish.
I'm Irish.
Navigate the world without thinking about causation.
How dare you? First of all, how do you
navigate the world in existence without thinking about causation? You just see a bunch of phenomena and you never wonder why. Experience all of these, events, and you never say, where is this coming from? Why is this happening?
Mark doesn't believe in causation. He also doesn't think he persists in
all these fucking, you know what, here's the screen against curiosity, Sam, since you're the concrete love star Dawkins, by the way. Anyway, so let's go on a screen against curiosity.
Listen, I do love him as a Christian, but he has a very prickly personality such that you can never actually, get close to him in any real way. And that's the sad part about it.
Do you think he's a good debater, concrete?
Oh, he's fucking one of the best. The fuck? He's one of the best. He's a motherfucking machine. You know how many fucking people Darth has, tutored and shown the way of the samurai
to fit what seems to be more
fucking mind.
What's the way of the samurai? Always in the benefit of all rights. Darth Dawkins is a conversational fascist. He has to have complete control at all times. If he doesn't have complete
control... He's like a conversational Floyd Mayweather.
Well, no. He's just...
How are you saying no to that, too?
He has to be in complete control of everything, or else he fucking starts kissing himself and crying and fucking whining. Whereas Concrete doesn't need total control because he has enough explosive capacity that he can just, he can cause mayhem in the moment.
Now Sam is finally realizing things Concrete. He's finally realizing things. Stop being such a fascist.
Well, I'm not a fascist.
You were a fascist.
Are you saying
an intervention? We're having the intervention right now. No, tell him he's a fascist.
Wow.
Sam is 100% a fascist. You're going to interrupt people in this room?
Sam has a...
Interrupt people who he thinks are arguing for his points, especially.
Sam has a mixed... He has two different schools of thoughts. He's got a laissez-faire, and he does advocate for government control in certain times in certain areas, but he does have a laissez-faire attitude, or aspects of a laissez-faire attitude. So it's actually a mixed economy. Fucking based. He is an asshole piece of shit. I will grant you that. But he can also let it go and move on. It's not like Andrew, who's like, shit, it has to constantly...
Dude, he kicked out Sean the other day. Sam kicked out Sean, and I had to go and console Sean and have a room that nobody joined with Sean.
You know why? Because I just take it, I'm going to just guess, without having been there, that Sean was being an obnoxious over-talker. He's gotten warned.
It was hilarious.
He got warned to not over-talk, and fucking Sam fucking made good on his promise.
No, Sean's interruptions were really funny, and there was actually...
There it is. Thank you, I knew it.
Sam is lying right now.
So Sully, do you agree that
you see what just happened there? You exactly predicted what would happen, and then Sully just admitted it without admitting it.
Exactly.
Saw through it like fucking glass.
What are you talking about?
He
was being funny, and you kicked him, and you did not warn him.
So, Sully, do you grant that there could be, a indirect warning if, say, somebody else is interrupting, Sam admonishes that person, and then,
I mean, I think he got moved down a few times, but
thank you.
He shouldn't have done. This has come up a million times before. His interruptions were funny. And see, actually, I think the person I had a very similar conversation to this with was Andrew. I think it might have been somebody else, but Sean is hilarious. You have to let Sean get spicy and blow up with people because it's some of the funniest people yelling at each other that you'll ever hear. It's
your mind.
Sean is no. I have to find this recording, Sam. Remind me to find this where it's Sean and Apollo. It's the most ridiculous shit you'll ever.
So I recently started doing a deep dive on the Federal Reserve, central banking. It's so delicious, bro. I love it so much. I can't believe it. Let me
What's the mandate of the Fed, Concrete?
There is no such thing as the mandate of the Fed.
The dual mandate.
Anyway, there is no such thing as the dual mandate.
To keep inflation under control and to maximize employment.
Can you just let me go? You're interrupting me from.
There's no such thing as a mandate for the Fed.
Yeah.
So conspiracy theory, you already.
Can you just chill out, bro? Like, I don't even have any beef with you.
Well, it's just like Fed conspiracy theories are the worst.
Can you just chill? Can you just chill? Thank you. It's not a fucking conspiracy theory.
Can you explain?
Oh my god.
Guys, just because you don't like what we have to say, there's still a no interruption rule. It's not a.
I wasn't even fuck you. I was trying to get you to play the
no interruption rule.
I wasn't even listening to what he was.
All right, continue with Concrete about the Fed.
Thanks. So, what was I gonna say? Doing a deep dive on the Fed doesn't mean conspiracy theory realm, because obviously there's multiple ways to look at the Fed. And you can do so in a purely academic, historical way versus a conspiratorial way. Or you could, like, combine the two. What I did was, I just wanted to look at... You're such a faggot, Scully. What is going on, bro?
This is boring.
Yeah, you think what the fuck you were trying to argue with Mark about was interesting? You think that was the shit that we needed to fucking hear for today? Anyway, so the whole point is...
We have a hostile audience. You just keep cut the chase. Like, is it the Jews to blame?
No, listen.
You could look at the Fed in this way, you could look at it in this way.
Fucking
or you could even look at it in some combination.
Shut up. So, the documentaries that you want to watch are going to be The Princes of the Yen, which is going over the Bank of Japan, which is a central bank for Japan, and how that exacerbated their recession and caused like structural changes to the Japanese economy, which was booming after World War II, and then led to their dominance in the 80s, and then obviously the bubble and so on and so forth that led to the recession. I think it was the 2000s or 90s into the 2000s, and it just talks about how they prolonged it for the purposes of a structural change. And I thought that was pretty interesting.
What did they do to prolong it?
They didn't stimulate the economy.
Exactly, that's right.
So, have you seen The Princes of the Yen?
No, I was just kind of like seeing it.
Okay. All right. So, I would recommend you take a look at it if you were interested in seeing. All right, that's fine. As a banker, yeah, you shouldn't fucking watch documentaries about the Federal Reserve. I'm sorry, about central banking and how it affects economies. Yeah, okay, great. Anyway, all right. And then the second documentary, I'm almost done. Second documentary is called The Money Masters, and they go over banking in America from, the inception of the country and until like 1907, the crash, or the stock market drop, 07, which led to bringing about the Federal Reserve Bank in 1913, and then it talks about the Great Depression, 29, and how initially that was just wiping out the speculators, but how, again, the Federal Reserve prolonged it and then, again, caused structural...
If it is the case that it is a justification present,
So you really think that divine command theory is not circular? This is sad. This is really sad.
See, that's a separate thing, and that's completely unrelated to what I'm saying right now. I'm saying if it's the case that God says to do this, you don't have access to all of his reasons. You don't
either.
Oh, that's
that can apply to the fucking thing that he's telling you. You don't have access to a reason. He could be deceiving you.
No, I've already
stipulated.
I already stipulated says is true. Okay?
Your God could be a demon.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay, so what you want is a scenario where there's no question, like we're not even able to like think about it.
That's what I said from the beginning. And now you're just
So what are you like trying to question is that? Is it just a rhetorical one?
And now you're tripping. No, what it is it kicks the conversation back to where it should be. And
What the fuck are you doing in here?
Hold on.
Sully, Andrew's like losing his mind because people think you can deny that a God says you can do something.
Don't try.
Then you should do it.
Don't try.
He thinks that divine command theory is like this ironclad reasoning that I have to just accept that when God says murder people,
The best part is everybody has disagreed with him, and now he's losing his fucking mind.
Listen, MJ was here. MJ thinks each was a divine.
Sully, please hold on. Cloud, quit trying to preemptively recruit Sully and do this nonsense.
He's already on my side.
No, I'm on your side.
He's already going to be on your side from the get-go, so don't worry about that. Now, here's
Look, if God exists, then objective moral values and duties exist. Period. But they don't, so God is not real.
That's the argument.
Okay, so Abe, go ahead and go. And Cloud, I love how you characterize what Sasha and Bob said. And everybody agrees.
They do agree with me.
Yeah, they do agree with you.
They just said that.
They agree. Bob just said that he agrees that trivially it would be true, or it would be true in the circumstance where he says X to do X. You're probably the weakest link. It makes sense to say, well, if you should do X, if God says you ought to do X, then you ought to do X.
Yeah, but that's not what I said. So you're
not. That is what I said because when I very first said it.
Why did you? You're not even listening to me. You're talking now. I'm just gonna talk over you now at this point. I didn't say that's what you said. I said that's not what I said.
Cloud, at the beginning when I was talking to Abe, you came in and said, no, Abe, you weren't saying, and some, philosophically, some distant thing, you can try to do that. You said Abe is correct in what he's saying. Abe is not correct.
It's fine for him to say that.
Yeah, it is not fine. That's not all you said.
Yes, you're right. That's not all I said.
Yeah, I asked you, I said that is not right. And you said, yes, it is. It is not right. What he's saying.
You think it always is the case, and I said, no,
that came later. That came later.
Yes, I'm right.
At the beginning, you said that he was right. He is not right.
No, he is right.
Said he's right? Okay, so if God says the right thing for you to do is X, is it the right thing to do? And you're saying, when he says
it doesn't have to be.
Yeah. No, I didn't say that it doesn't. We're not talking about whether it has to be right now.
Yeah, he gave the scenario where he thinks it's wrong.
Yeah, he may think it's wrong, but he's wrong. If God says that
guess what? In your scenario where you're positing, you think it's wrong.
No, in my scenario, no, I believe.
Bingo.
In my scenario,
what if God could only say true things albedo?
Yeah, what if one of the true things is a false thing?
Andrew wants to wait, but albedo, if we're reasoning classically albedo, okay, and he can't tell lies, and he can only say true stuff, and he tells you should do X, then you should do X.
No, think about the conditional, Sully. No, just I'll lay it out. If God says you should do X, then you should do X. If you think the antecedent is true, you can think the consequence is true.
No, I said if he commands you to do X, ought you do X. That's what I said.
Yeah, then you ought to do X.
Dude, what are you?
You initially gave it as a question.
Cloud. Is it the case that you ought to do X if God commands you?
Let's just simplify it to he tells you should do X.
I did say that, and the whole point was
let's just simplify it to God tells you should do X. Should you do X, albedo, if he can't lie?
No, I don't think you always have to.
And he's all knowing and stuff?
Yeah, right, and I don't think you always have to.
Then you should, because it's true. Because
you don't. Not in every case should you do it.
But that would mean what he said wasn't true.
No, it means that there's.
He never lies. He always tells you the truth every time.
No, listen. It can be true that he says it, and it can be true that I shouldn't do it.
No. Albedo, I'm saying he tells you should do X. Okay. And then it's like, is it true that you should do X?
Yeah.
Hold on. Sully, you're getting promoted because you're doing good. I want to give positive reinforcement. Go ahead.
Oh, come on, Andrew. Give me mods if you're going to give Sully
There's
mods.
two different propositions there, Sully.
No, he says, this is what he says. He says, you should do X.
Love you, Abe.
Yeah, but God said.
And the question is, should you do X?
Listen to the proposition. God says you should do X is different from you should do X.
Yeah, that's obvious, yes. But
right.
The point is
so
that,
in the conditional, I'm just saying, like, look, I just see how I deny it.
Did you remember how I fixed that, like, he always says true things?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means, like, that God says, right, we can just drop that, right? Because if God says it, then it's true, right?
Well, that's building into the proposition, right?
No, he's trying to look. So
whatever God says is true, and
of course it is.
Right. Whatever he says is true, and this is one of the things he says.
And this is another proposition that can be either true or false, correct?
If he says you should do X, right? That's the thing he says, and we're saying everything he says is true,
right?
And then I'm saying, okay, given that,
that's another proposition.
Is it true that you should do X?
But that's another proposition, correct? That can be true or false.
Wait, guys, can I just talk for 60 seconds?
Yeah, just make sure. I gotta go to bed soon, Abe. You're probably gonna be up the next 6 hours.
Okay, so just like Alvito, premise 1, God says P. Premise 2, if God says something is true, conclusion P, right?
Yeah, and premise 2 is false.
Wait, but then you're saying God can say false things.
Well, look. However we're structuring this, I laid out how I'm denying it.
Just did it just now. Stick with what you just said, Cloud. You said premise 2 is false, and then you said you're just saying that God you're just saying that God can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because plausibly, if you're committed to two things that are in tension with each other, what you should do is hold on to the thing you're more committed to. Right, Sully?
Wait, if you're saying that you don't know if what God says is true, and I'm not holding that fixed, and you're just saying somebody tells me something that I think is false, right? Should you think that then everything they say is true, right? And the answer is no.
Well,
right?
I mean,
because they said something that you think is false, right?
Rather than I don't want to do stipulations here because
you're right, though.
Not as you're not using your brain here. Then you're committed to the truth of a few things. There is a God, and we're going to build in all the things that Andrew said. Okay, but that's what we mean by God. And He says to do something. Okay, but one of the things He says to do is something that you think is not something that can be justified.
And He says you ought to do it. Keep in mind, you.
Okay. But do I know that this is what I want you to assess. Right? Do I know that God said it, and do I know that when God says something, it's true? Do I know those two things?
There are things that you think you have reasons to believe, and there are things that you think, there are things that you have reasons to believe is occurring, and like I said, the other thing is something you also have reasons to believe is true. They're both things you have reasons to believe are true.
Are you just telling me that I come in with a really, really low prior on the thing God says is true?
Maybe. I mean, look, there can be someone who thinks, okay, there is a God who exists, and if He says something to me, I should do it. Someone could hold that true. Then they could also have a second belief that you really can't justify things like rape, right? Maybe that's another belief that they have. And then God says, go do this rape. Now, if that happens, what I think that person should do is hold on, because they can't hold both. That they should eject the one that they're less committed to, whether it's the totality of God or aspects of God.
The easiest thing to deny is that God said it, right?
Well, that's what I think.
Well,
I think that's fine.
I think that's fine. Yeah, I understand, but so that's the thing where in the argument, if you don't, unless you have really strong reasons to think it actually is God saying this, right?
But of course, course, it's a hypothetical you're stepping into, so it's not something in life.
It seemed like the hypothetical was that it was for holding fixed that you know that it's God.
Yes, of course.
And you know he's saying T, you should do X, right? You know he's saying that. And you know that, like, God only says true things.
Yeah, but right. And the rest of it, am I allowed any other articles of knowledge in this?
No, you can, okay, just, if you hold fixed those three things, tell me whatever else you want.
I want to say
if you want to bring in whatever else you want.
I know that you can't rape.
Okay, is it you, so instead of you should X, it's like you should rape, like, someone.
Yeah, I mean, first, in this case, God says for you to rape, right? It's one of the things he wants to do. And I think that
but then, if we're, the whole point is that if we're holding fixed that, you know, God says, you know, you should do the rape, okay, everything God says is true, okay, and then also, it's not the case that you should do the rape, right?
Well, I'm just saying, look, I'm not sure how...
Then it's inconsistent, right? It's just going to be inconsistent.
Yep, you're right. Right. You got an inconsistent pair. And now when you
add in... Wait, that's because of where you added it. Right.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, I come to... When I'm evaluating things, I can't just, like, leave all my knowledge behind.
See, this is why people don't answer hypotheticals, and this is the thing. Look, even when you guys give me a hypothetical and I do my famous "is counter possible," I'll still answer it. And
I am answering it.
Yeah, no. Is it the case that when God says you ought to do X, ought you do X? So God commands something.
The answer is no. Not in every case. Maybe some cases, yes.
Really, and by God here, he never lies and he's always right.
Yep. No, that's
right. So God's always right, and you're just saying no. He's not always right.
I can tell you the way that you're evaluating it.
Well,
it's obvious. It's obvious that he's so strongly committed to the truth of those things, that God exists and he's all those qualities.
It's stipulated.
That it's irrelevant. He's so strongly committed to that it doesn't really matter what the inconsistency on the other side is. He will eject that side.
Because that side is not part of the hypothetical. These things are fixed and unchanged. You don't get to change them.
You guys hear that?
What's that?
Not really.
Oh, sorry. Just 1 second.
It's really quiet, Sasha.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, it literally does.
Very quiet.
I just want to show it because I'm actually recording. Okay, continue.
Sully, can you kick something up for
violating the terms of service?
You're
not allowed to unauthorized record in a room.
I don't. Andrew just like gave me mods as a joke, bro. Like I don't want to use my mods. I don't want to be.
You don't want to use your mod. It's not a joke. He gave you mods.
I just asked to be mod. I don't want to be mod, but don't ask me to kick people.
Andrew
ask Andrew to kick people. Did Andrew leave? What?
He moved to the fucking line.
Don't move me to the audience, Sully. Why would you do that, dude? Come on. Don't mod abuse. Don't mod abuse, Sully.
That's hilarious.
Wait, are you not allowed to record here?
I don't know.
Like I'm technically getting.
Wait. Just I want to make sure this is all fucking wrapped up. Like, dude. So you see what I'm saying? Like, he's just so strongly committed to that truth that doesn't matter what's on the other side. He'll just eject that. And for someone who comes into like this like hypothetical, even though it's being quote unquote stipulated, that doesn't mean that they should just stop using their brain about it. They can think that it like you could say, oh, it's true, but the truth is still like you can come in and say like, well, I think this thing's true. I think you shouldn't rape. And if God says it, even though you say that's true too, that's just attention.
Yeah, you can more shift. Look, you can more shift, but like for the sake of a hypothetical, if I just say, hey, imagine a hypothetical like, you know, alethiometer that in every possible world, like everything it ever says is true. It only says true things, right? And then I'm like, and it says P, and it doesn't really matter what it is, what P is, you know. And I say like, is P true? And then you go like, no, because I don't like what it says in the hypothetical, but it's like, I don't know, it's just kind of silly.
If it says that it's like that the Letheon River is false, what if it says that?
Yeah, well then it's like a liar says it's true, then you can have like a dilethia. Yeah. But that's not what Andrew's hypothetical is. So.
Well, it can be. It's like not clear that it is.
No, it's not. It's clearly. I think it's clear that if you have to introduce another proposition to have the set be inconsistent, that his starting set is not inconsistent.
Yeah, well, maybe not its starting set. I'm saying that the pair, it's.
Yeah, if you give a liar sentence and you say that like the thing that always tells the truth says that what it says is false or something.
And you think
that's a liar sentence. Yeah.
It's a.
No, the Grim Reaper paradox has the Grim Reaper paradox has the unsatisfiable pair like built into the hypothetical. Right. Like Andrew's hypothetical doesn't have that. It's just saying like, okay, suppose God tells you something, and suppose anything he says is true. Is what he said true? Yes.
What he wants you to do is say, okay, I should be skeptical of any of my thoughts that disagree with God. What? That's something he wants built into that.
No. What?
Yeah. Because okay, then
what he's saying is just trivial.
No, it's not. It's either, well, if it is trivial, then what the fuck is the point of asking it?
Well, it's Andrew's thing.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
Wrap your mind around that. He's saying that, look, if God says something and God is always truth, like speaking, it's going to be true, right?
Right. And since that's the case, then it would apply in this case as long as I can show that being exists. That's where the conversation should turn. Now, if you just deny this, then you're just not stepping into the hypothetical. And I think that's something you guys don't want people to
it's an impossible hypothetical. Like, what's wrong with saying that?
You can say it's an impossible hypothetical, but you can still answer it.
Yeah, it's an impossible hypothetical where it's false.
No, it's not false.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, because impossible situations are false.
No. Okay. In the hypothetical.
Logically?
Yes, logically.
It's logically impossible in this circumstance.
Listen to what I said. If it is a contradiction, then it's a fault. Then it's false, and that is true under logic.
What does logically impossible mean? I gotta stop being here saying that word.
All right, well, we're gonna wait a second on that one. We'll explain it to you.
It's good to have you, brother.
You did say it was impossible, Albedo, and I think Daniel just wants to know what the modality is.
Yeah, in this case, it's like a metaphysical one because we're obviously stating that like God exists, but yeah, I mean, like, you have two things that you hold, and they're inconsistent, and you have to reject one of them unless you think that you can have two inconsistent things be true.
Yeah, but you're like, okay, look, Andrew didn't, okay, it's God says P, and then it's if God says P, then P is true. Okay, then it's like P is true, it's just like modus ponens there, basically.
Yeah, but you can have modus ponens, that's false, like the conditional is false.
What's that called when you can have two opposing thoughts? What's it called?
Look, again, that was the thing we were on like 20 minutes ago, where the idea is that if the conditional is false, then if the conditional is false, then you're saying like,
then it's true, he could be wrong.
God said something, and yeah, he said something false.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Like, that's why I'm trying to say, look, Sully, I know what you're trying to get at, and in that way, maybe I'm not disagreeing, but I was very specific about the way that I disagreed with Andrew.
No.
Yes, I was. And I'll tell you, that room wasn't, as far as I know, wasn't recorded, but I specifically said, go talk to Andre. And Andre said, you shouldn't do that.
Yes, I said, I don't care what Andre says. Here's what happened. I said, if it's the case that this being exists, and this being cannot lie, okay? The being that has all the attributes that we're talking, hold on. It's the
We
being
can
that,
call that God. Can we just call that thing God?
Yeah, sure. Just for those that haven't heard. The being that cannot lie knows all things and is morally perfect, without fail, without flaw, okay? And it is the case that this being said you ought to do X. Is it the case that you ought to do X?
Yeah,
and you said that
it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, so then you're just not stepping into the hypothetical. You're
It's false.
Wow.
Yes, I can. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
Okay, so Sully,
That's what makes it counter-possible.
So from now on, when you guys give me hypotheticals, I'm going to set the precedent here so everybody's on the same page. From here on out, if you guys give me a hypothetical where I have a commitment that is in conflict with one of the things that you're stipulating in the hypothetical, I can just say, not only is it impossible, it's false and not provide you an answer. Is that right?
Yes, you can do that. Nobody ever said you
So then where do you go from there?
Like, some culture, Andrew, I don't know if you know this. This is like the whole point I said to go talk to Andre, is he was
I don't want to talk to Andre.
Okay, then listen to what I'm saying, so I'll just repeat what
Yes, please quit. Please quit quoting Andre.
Because he's a Christian brother, Sully, and that's why.
And I don't dissuade me. That's not dissuade me necessarily.
And
I feel like I missed a lot of stuff.
yeah, you did a little bit, but
No. What I
I don't have much time, just let me explain.
Cloud,
I'm staying up just for you. I will.
But they're gonna talk mad shit after you leave, I'll be so try to like really
Talk shit right now.
Iron Man yourself.
No, please wait.
So
No, please wait, bro.
Andre was trying to say that you can have semantics, in which case far away possible worlds conditions like that don't hold, but there can be conditions where it still does hold. So some things you can say in this counterpassable scenarios, it is true. And in other counterpassable scenarios, it is not true. It is false. You can answer either way under counterpossibles.
Okay, so Sully, again, so just to be clear, are you going to be
Just
fine?
to be clear, you have to jettison classical logic to do all this stuff, Andrew.
Okay, cool. So Cloud, that's pretty crazy. And if that's what you're committing to, then obviously we're not speaking the same language. That's so stupid. So stupid. And if that's what you're saying, which is not what you said, if that's what you're saying, then go ahead and be forthright that you're Daniel, don't stir the pot. You're jettisoning. No. I said that's so stupid. Stop, Daniel. You're jettisoning classical logic. Is that right? When you're doing
I don't believe in classical logic anyways, but like that's not even the point here, is that
no. It's required to do this.
Yes, if you use the way that I just said in reference to Andre,
which is what you were saying with Abe, which is not what he's doing, and it's not what he affirms.
I gave you different versions. Like, there's at least two different ways. Listen to me, so I can tell you. Yes, in the way that I just framed it, you don't use classical logic. That's true. I also framed it in a way where it's fine with classical logic when I talk to Sasha.
Okay, do it where it's fine, and please present that to Sully.
Well, that's the one where you just have you're presented with a scenario where you know that that's God, and he commands that, and you know that it's wrong to do the thing that he commands. And you can only choose one, because it's under classical logic, and so you should eject with one you're less committed to.
Okay, I understand. So Sully, under that, not denying classical logic, then in the future, when you guys present to me a hypothetical, I don't want to hear any chuckling or giggling or anything. When I just say that I have a commitment that is stronger than this thing that you're presenting, whatever stipulation or element of it that I think, not that. As long as it's
brother.
Hold on, Daniel. So hold on. CM, stop. Can you move Twiz off the stage?
Sorry, mommy.
Can you move Twiz off the stage, bud? So Sully, I hope you're there, buddy. So
I was doing this. I was trying to fucking.
Sully, don't do it.
Okay. All right. Just listen. Is it the case that you can say, that I can say in the future when you're presenting this hypothetical that has an element of it that's in tension with something I'm committed to? Is it the case that I can just say, Sully, can I just say, well, that's false. The hypothetical's false. I'm not answering.
Andrew, hold on one second. Hold on, Andrew. Can you please continue whatever the and you and I can get to the bottom of this. Cloud said he has to go to bed soon. Cloud said he has to go to bed soon. Hold on, Andrew. Can you please say anything, Andrew? And I will get to the bottom of this with you once and for all. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, look, Cloud. I know you said you're going to go soon. Do you want to make your last point, and then I'll really get into it with Andrew? I
think you made some good points. I don't think he's going to agree with you that you're allowed. He has this like circular way. He thinks you just have to agree with it.
I'm down to do that, but hold on.
No, I know you'll give him hell.
Yeah, we'll get into the circular.
Abe, hold on, wait, let me just, hold up. Abe, if I gave you the geometer case, and I'm just like, hey, look, this screen, right, in the hypothetical, right, it's just a screen that where every time it says something, it's true. Okay? And then I just tell you, the screen said that you should do whatever. Okay?
If the
And then I'm
screen
like,
told me
okay,
to kill Amalekite babies, I would think it's malfunctioning.
Yeah, I would too. But like, the point is this: we're just gonna hold fix that it's a magic screen and it only says true stuff.
Yeah, I don't believe in magic. See, that's why we're arguing.
Yeah, me neither. I don't either. I don't believe in the screen, man. Do you think I believe in the screen that I'm talking about?
No, of course not. No, I'm talking to Andrew.
Okay, I know, but just okay. I would say if the screen that always said true things said to kill Amalekite babies, then that would be true in the hypothetical.
Yeah, so
And it's not even interesting. There is there's nothing at all interesting about it.
The argument against that is that it's circular. The argument against that is circular logic.
It's just trivial. It's not trivial. Nothing. It's not substantive at all, right? And so it doesn't do anything to convince you of any fucking point of any kind, and it's just something you should agree with. Otherwise, you're just spinning your wheels, arguing and tilting at windmills. It's a waste of time.
What I'm trying to do is point out.
Abe. Screen always say true. Screen said say X.
Thank you,
X true.
Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you for having your head screwed on.
Screen always say true.
Head screwed on straight, Sully. Thank you.
Premise 2. Screen say X.
Daniel,
Conclusion. X true.
Yeah, well, premise 1 could be false, Daniel.
Daniel, your eloquence is unparalleled.
Yes, it can. It's a conditional.
But if it weren't, then it would be true.
But it isn't.
But it could be, and if it was, then it would be true.
No. And it's got back to you in.
Oh, but then what if it was? Correct. You are.
Okay, look. Hold on.
Daniel, eloquence
Let me
is
make
unparalleled.
my last little thing.
Cloud, don't ever do that again, please. That's so stupid what you just
I don't
did.
believe in this thing that you're doing right now, which is it's a team game, and because you disagree.
No, it's not a team game. No, it's
I
not
care
a
about
team.
the truth.
I care about the truth too.
Okay, Cloud, if you care about the truth, then why is it that you're telling Abe that it's a reasonable answer for him to say if something that always tells the truth tells you something is true, that you can say it's false?
It is a wait. I do think someone can stop talking, Sam. You already give me mods right now, Sully. Give me mods right now.
Right now, Abe loves Sam.
The next person who interrupts me is just going to get moved out because I'm leaving right after this. So just shut up. Andrew, I do think someone can reasonably say what you say. I think someone can give both answers reasonably given the commitments that they might have. I didn't say otherwise.
No. I said what Abe was saying was false, and he is wrong. Okay, given his commitments, you know he's wrong. And instead of you saying,
I don't agree with that.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
It's obvious. It's like so clearly the case why it's like true.
Sully, can you look? Sully, I know you're normally against me. And Sully, I know you're normally against me, and I know you love Cloud, and I love Cloud too.
I'm not debating anymore.
No, that's fine. You don't have to debate. But if you love Cloud, you tell him the truth. You don't need to say. He doesn't need to respond. But can you please say how, without denying classical logic, that this is a nonsensical approach? Because this literally makes all hypotheticals inert. If somebody stipulates something that you disagree with because you have some fundamental hardcore principle you hold to or whatever, then you just say, or some, whatever it is, then you just say, well, that's just a false hypothetical, so I'm not going to answer it.
Can I explain?
I do think that you should stop, Alito. I think this is a rather trivial thing that, like I said before, nothing substantive is going to turn on this.
I already answered that. I said, yeah, if you're using it in its vacuity sense, then there's no point in bringing it up.
No, there is a point in bringing it up.
No, there's not.
Logic, hold on. Classical
there's
logic.
not. Andrew, there's...
No, that's fine. That's fine. I don't
That's what
care.
vacuous. That's why it's vacuous.
Sully.
But that's why it's crazy that y'all are having this insane.
Sully, is that?
I was not making. No, Sully. I was not making.
right.
I was not making a case for its
Sully, is that
security.
vacuous?
It's trivially true that like if a being who always tells you, yeah, but it's vacuously true. Like, look,
I don't care.
Yeah.
That's fine.
the point that you understand the point I'm making, Andrew, is that I'm saying Albedo should just agree that it's true because nothing important turns on.
That's fine. I'm fine with that, yes, because I agree with that. The whole thing that I was basically, I mean, the reason it matters, the reason I brought it up to begin with, is Abe's like, oh, God said X is bad. And I'm like, well, if God is this and God said X, is X wrong? Is it so bad? And hold on. So the reason I'm pointing it out is to say, well, now what we need to talk about is that being exists. So that was the utility of me putting that forward. Now, if he wants to say, if Cloud wants to say, no, this is a reasonable answer to say that, without denying classical logic, then I want to hear it. And what he has put forward, I think, just makes it where all hypotheticals are just basically just rendered stupid. It's just dumb. There's no point in giving somebody a hypothetical as long as Andrew, that.
Your argument is functional.
There's just different analyses for all of these.
I'm begging you to wait.
It's not like your hypothetical doesn't build in specific analyses. It just doesn't even build in classical logic.
It doesn't. No, you know.
It doesn't. You did not say, oh, I'm stipulating classical logic.
No. Cloud, you said it on classical logic, which, by the way, that's just being completely uncharitable and almost borderline. That is not cool because we're having a discussion, obviously within the confines of classical logic. He's not appealing to anything outside of that. No. It is obvious with Abe, and it is for me as well. I deny classical anything outside of classical logic. I do not agree.
You don't even know what classical logic is.
It doesn't matter.
You don't even know what you're accepting when you say
But
that.
he's right that Abe probably.
Yeah, I don't think Andrew understands.
No, I don't think Abe knows what it is that he'd be accepting.
Yeah, but he would be just as obstinate as Andrew on this one.
Yeah, no, that's probably true.
Yes, Cloud, that's what I'm
But
saying. So
remember what I maybe this is the important part. I did try it, and I don't think I actually even got it out, but either Andrew's hypothetical is vacuous or like trivial, or we can say reasonably that it's
It's obviously okay. Well, I don't know what. Obviously, look, if you're an atheist, the fucking hypothetical is false. It's about God. He's saying, in the hypothetical, God says B, and it's like, okay, well,
that's not the way I did it.
So obviously, I think look. I think the things that he's stipulating are false.
I think a Christian can say it's false, Sully.
Oh my gosh. He could.
Wait, I don't understand. A Christian could say a contradiction out loud. A Christian can say a lot of stuff.
Think about what you've heard Andre. Andre is a Christian and he says, no, you shouldn't do it.
Andre's wrong on things. It's okay.
Look, hold up. I just want to be clear that if what we're saying is, like with certainty that God said it, and also with certainty that if God says something, then it's true, and classical logic, modus ponens is valid. Okay, then it's
and you know that you can't do it, and you know that you shouldn't do it.
If you introduce and you know that P is false, right? Then it's just an inconsistent set of proposition. That wasn't what Andrew said.
Well, I think. Then how can you even derive things? Well, actually, wait. You're building classical logic. Well, first of all, I don't think that comes built in. I mean, first of the way that he phrased it,
you're going to try to change it. You're going to try to change it. Yeah.
No, I'm not changing it. You literally asked the question. If God says you should do it, you do it?
Yep. If
God... Which is how this is just more of your just fucking honesty right now.
No,
you did frame it in terms of a question. And then you said, well, yes, you are. You're being fucking dishonest.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if you're being dishonest?
No, it doesn't matter how it's phrased with the way I put it.
Yes,
no,
it does.
Listen, I'm going to do it again. Cloud. If God exists, and it is true that he exists, it is true that he cannot lie, it is true that he knows all true propositions,
it is true
that he's morally perfect. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Cloud.
Exactly.
This is what I told you.
All these things that you built in
this an hour ago. This is retarded.
This is the point that Sasha made to you.
Yeah, Sasha didn't make this point.
Yes,
Sasha understood.
Sasha didn't say
Sasha
my
understood.
exact words. That's true. This is the point that she's making.
Well, you're appealing to your champion. You like that? That's for you guys.
Yeah. You know what I find crazy?
You're appealing. No. I want to get into whatever it is you want to talk about, bro. I'm totally.
I was just gonna.
Clouds, I don't think it's relevant to what we're talking about. Clouds getting ready to go to sleep.
Are you going to bed?
But no,
I want to, but I'm like really drawn to this conversation.
Okay, but Cloud.
It's gonna go on for the next like 3
I
weeks.
know, but I really like. I put a timer on myself for sure that I'm going to bed at 9:30, which is in 8 minutes. But
okay, Cloud, without denying Cloud.
I have a lot to say. I just keep waiting.
You have
Clouds going.
I know that. That's kind of why I just want it to end at a certain point where we just like leave it someplace. Is that fair, Amber?
No, they're gonna keep talking shit after you leave.
No.
Okay, so
but I want to leave.
Can I just get
all
right, that's fine.
I would like to.
We'll leave it somewhere.
Yeah, can I have the last word then? Because I'm the one leaving.
Andrew, let him have the last word, then you'll debate me afterwards.
You little Nazi. Hold on, you can have the last word, Albedo, but I want Sully. Hold on, no. I want to make sure, Sully, can you just say, Sully, be the voice. I know it's difficult.
I said a lot. I've already said a lot, Andrew.
I know you're an arms dealer, but can you just put it on the record?
Let Albedo finish his closing statements.
You guys are going to talk about it after I leave anyway. Like,
no, I'm not going to talk about this. This pisses me off. Go ahead.
He really wants me to say something to you, Albedo.
That's fine. I mean, I've got 7 minutes, so I mean, if you really want to say something.
You're being a silly boy, Albedo. You're being a silly boy, Albedo.
I'm not. I just. All right.
Nope. I want to hear what you're gonna say. I really do.
I lost my train of thought. It was a question, but I forgot.
Nope. Are you an atheist?
Nah. I mean, I thought about it because I started looking into it. But I can't be a believer and atheist, right?
Okay, we'll come back to that. Okay, we'll come back to that. Go ahead, Claude. Go ahead and see what you was.
Andrew's logic.
I made a very specific point that someone reasonably can say no to the hypothetical because no matter how much you try to build in, that they can think, like, especially the way that you phrase it, you didn't say, I'm building in classical logic. Obviously, that might be reasonable.
Let's just assume that.
I thought I was getting a ending statement.
You are, but please don't. Okay, go ahead.
Whether it's not us, I'm just saying, it's reasonable to expect someone, they are using that. I didn't say otherwise, that's why you should just listen to me. But it's not part of your hypothetical. Okay? And then, because it's not part of your hypothetical, someone can say, I think it's still wrong because here's like a non-classical logic where it's not built in. Okay? That's the first way. The second thing I said was, or this whole thing is just trivial, in which case there's no point in even bringing it up. That's like the two main points that I made. The thing that I talked to Sasha about was about whether or not you have two inconsistent things, that if you did, you probably should just reject one of them. If the scenario in which, and especially the way that Sasha thinks is closer to the way I think, at least in terms of this, is that the scenario is just purporting something that you believe is true and you have a justification for its truth. And in the other scenarios, you also have that belief about what is like moral here. And in both cases, you'd say you know it, you know both. And then the question is about, like, if you think that you can't have both, you need to reject one of them, because that's like what you would do under classical logic. And the way that you figure that out is by finding out which one you have more reasons to believe. And maybe for some people, that's God. Like, in this case, you should be skeptical of, like, your own beliefs and do what God says. I think that's fine. But I also think it's fine for someone to say, well, I'm not as committed to God, or maybe, like, certain aspects of God, that I shouldn't do what he says. So I shouldn't do it. I think that's also reasonable. I think it's reasonable to say either one, depending on their commitments. That's okay for me.
Thank you, Cloud. Let me say something before you go, if I can. So the only project is good. No. The only project.
I thought I was going to end it.
That was you are ending it. That's fine.
I meant like I thought like we're gonna leave it.
Now we say thank you, Albedo. Good night. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
You kissing
in the morning. First thing in the morning. We'll take it right back.
You even got a kiss there, okay? So
I did hear that. I'm very surprised.
Yeah, that was for you because I don't want you to think I hate you. I love you, buddy.
No, I still like you, Andrew.
All right. Well, I like you.
Just don't be an Amalekite, Cloud.
I think Cloud. I think you might want to hear this though and just ponder on it. Okay. Will you let me say my statement before you go?
He has to go to sleep now.
Andrew, I definitely want you to, but I think that we should just save it for another day. I'm happy.
I'll probably say it after you leave, but I'm just saying I don't want to hear it.
Okay, I really do want to hear it, Andrew, but
okay, that's fine.
We'll spawn the conversation for.
Yeah, that's fine, bro. That's fine. I don't want you to get. That's fine. All right, brother.
I really respect your patience. I respect your patience. I appreciate that you tried. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, good night.
Assalamu alaikum. Good night, bro.
Well,
now get the fish out of here. All right,
Andrew,
here's the deal. So
me v you, 1v1.
Yeah, that's fine. Listen, the only project that he is going to embark on that he's going to fail anyway is the one where he's trying to say that we have two things in tension. The thing about classical logic is already assumed. When all of us are debating and talking with each other and try to call each other out for contradictions, we don't say, oh, well, are you affirming classical logic? Because then it's a contradiction. No, we just assume that. Most of us operate by that. Even if we think the true contradictions are possible and all this other stuff, we just assume that. It is just the MO that we have when we are in dialogue. So he should be, and by the way, he never denied it on those grounds. He never said, oh, I'm appealing to something.
Yeah, but you know who did though was Agamemnon, and he was like, you guys were fighting over Agamemnon.
Well, that's fine, but I told him, don't.
You know who he got that from? I can send you the paper. It's from like a Grand Prix paper.
Oh gosh, okay. Well, so I was just like, look, if you wanted
it's
to.
About so it's like they have an impossible world semantics for counterpossibles.
Yeah.
So that you can be a non
right.
So counterpossible. The point is like there's nothing about your hypothetical that's like there's no like strict like logical contradiction in it. You know? That's why I was just saying, look, it's trivial. It's like saying if I have a screen that just says true things, is the thing it says true?
Does it say true things?
Right. So there's nothing you're going to be able to do with that in any debate, you know? Like, what's the point of arguing about it? I don't know.
Well, it's only meant to correct what Abe is. It's only meant to move the conversation where it needs to go. The question then becomes, does that being exist? Because it isn't the case.
That's been the question, right? This like whole thing is not anything to do with the question. We don't. You've had a pointless argument about a tautology, and you've been silly.
But solely for people like Abe though, it's necessary because here's the thing, or at least I think it's helpful. Maybe not necessary, but it's helpful, right? Because if Abe says something like, okay, God in the story, God commanded X. X is wrong, and I say, well, no. Because if God is actually morally perfect and all of these things, right, then if he commands X, is it wrong? He should then say no. And then when he says that, then the question becomes, does God exist? The God with those attributes, right, as defined.
That was always the question. No, this discourages the trash, bro.
It's like
it's removed.
It's garbage, bro. Shit trash. Remove it, dog. It's trash.
Hold on. Okay.
Anyway,
what I'm saying is,
hello?
He said that God commanded the Amalekites slaying, and that was immoral. And I'm saying, well, if God is morally perfect and knows all things and cannot say something that's alive, then it wouldn't be immoral. Right?
So can I address this? Yeah, I know, but this is like a silly. That's true. Like a silly point to say, right? Well, it's saying that like in the book, it's because the point is it's just a topology. Like you're saying like, well, if it's true that he said that and it's true, then it's true, right? And it's like, well, yeah, but
yes,
you're saying, hey, I'm reading the book and it says this thing that I think is false, and then you tell me that it's from a being that always tells the truth, right? Now I'm judging the claim.
Right.
Look, anybody could walk up to me with a bunch of bullshit and say, hey, this is from a being who never lies. Anybody can do that.
Right. And what I would say is, okay.
Now, if they could say what you're saying, which is bringing up this tautology, and say,
But wait, did you consider that if I was correct about them never lying, that these things would be true? And
Yeah,
like,
I understand what
obviously.
saying. But okay, but then they would just say, okay, well, I think they're wrong on all these claims, so now you're just gonna have to convince me that this being exists, that it has these attributes.
Yeah, but that was always the question, and so this whole thing is like a meandering discourses about nothing. Well, actually, so let me add one thing here. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me add one thing here.
I just think it's good to know what follows.
I agree with Sully that the question about God independent, we could just talk about whether God exists. But the reason we were going into this is because you are convinced, Andrew, you are mightily convinced that you're not engaging in circular reasoning, okay? And when it literally says, when you say like, okay, God is morally perfect, how do we know this? Because he only does what's morally perfect. And what's morally perfect? Whatever God does.
Like, no, that's not what I said.
By definition, this is circular reasoning. When I told you, when you said God is morally perfect, and then I pointed to your
Abe
story.
does not understand this. The blood is the knife in the Old Testament.
Okay.
I pointed out that according to your story,
the blood in the New Testament, it's reconciled.
Sorry, we'll move you down, brother, if we have to.
I'm going to move you.
Hold on, brother. I don't know if we can move him.
The point is this.
I don't say circular reasoning, so I don't know why you're saying.
Okay, it's circular because of this, right? Look, I gave you an example where it is in a moral action being committed. Murdering children, infants.
That's not murder.
Right? Who have it is murder by definition. They are completely innocent. They don't know all the blood. It is unjustified. Yes.
How do you know that it's unjustified?
Okay, Andrew, you are embarrassing yourself. You are embarrassing.
Hold on, last. Did you get banned, J4? You get banned.
J4 again? Oh my god.
Yeah.
He's just starting to control. So look, the point is this.
Well, it's J4, but yeah.
We are in a room, Andrew. You're a grown adult in 2025, right?
You don't need to do rhetoric, brother.
And I'm just putting it in context. And when I say it is
the obvious 2025. Okay.
I don't deny the obvious. I deny bullshit.
Yeah, God exists. That's obvious.
Okay.
Right.
It is not.
So we're just gonna argue that's all bluster.
The point is this. The point is this.
Forget all that.
You are claiming when I bring down from your Bible a story that is obviously immoral, instead of pumping the brakes and saying, let me revise my argument. You don't. You charge ahead, both feet on the gas pedal, the brake. And you're going to be like, God is all moral. He's perfect.
Right.
And when he said to kill the Amalekite babies, I have to find it into existence that he's all perfect.
No,
that is called circular reasoning.
No.
You're not revising your definition based on data that contradicts your initial definition. This is the problem.
Please stick with your claim, David, okay? You're claiming that I'm employing circular reasoning. No.
Yes.
I believe
circular reasoning.
Let me tell you. Hold on. Tell me how this is circular. I think I have evidence that God exists, overwhelming evidence. Okay. I believe that I'm in a relationship with that being. That being has revealed to me the truth of the script. Oh, hold on. That's fine. But just let me finish. That being has revealed to me the truth of the scriptures. The scriptures say that God is morally perfect, cannot lie, etc. And there's various things that He has done in scripture that convinces me even further that is the case, that He is a morally perfect being, cannot lie, and does what's good for humanity. He has us in mind. He's not doing things out of spite and just being vengeful, etc. Now,
it literally says your God is a vengeful God. It literally says that in the scripture.
Hold on.
Okay, whatever.
I said just being vengeful. Please listen to my words. He's not just being vengeful. When He does something, He does it for good reason. There are moral justifications for the things that God does. Show me where any of that stuff that I just said is circular. That's not circular.
It's circular when we talk about the Amalekites. And when it says, kill the men, women, and infants, right? And I say, Andrew, this is obviously evidence that your God is not morally perfect. And you say, instead of saying, Abe, you made a great point, these are obviously brutal, barbaric, genocidal stories from 3,000 years ago.
I agree it's brutal.
No, don't say you agree it's brutal. If you actually think it's good, it's not brutal by your lights.
That doesn't follow. Something brutal can still be good.
Okay, let's stick on the morally perfect point.
Well,
you think it's morally perfect? Yeah, fine. But look, you think it's morally perfect to murder innocent Amalekite babies?
It's not murder.
Okay, you think it's morally perfect to kill innocent Amalekite babies?
It can be. Yeah, if I did it, sure.
This is a problem. You just said if God did it, because again, when you said if God did it, you are remarking on God's actions. You are literally saying whatever God does is by definition perfect.
Right, because I'm convinced that He is.
And then when I say to you, how do you know He's perfect? What are you going to answer?
Reveal that to me.
Okay, and how do we know that He reveals the truth?
You may not know it, but I know it.
How do you know it?
I know it because He revealed it. He's the justification.
You revealed it because He revealed it.
It's circular. That's not
It
circular.
It is circular.
No,
He revealed that He always tells the truth. How do you know His first revelation was truthful?
Look. Regardless of how... no, that's not circular. Regardless of how...
If I say to you, how do you know?
Listen to me.
And you say, because He revealed it. And I say, how do you know His revelation is true? And you say, because He revealed it. That's circular. I'm sorry.
The mechanism by way of which God convinces me that He is who He is not something I need to be able to describe to you for it to be the case that it's true, that He has done that. Okay?
What?
So if God has done that...
Of course it is. Of course
no,
it is. That's the very thing that we're arguing about.
No,
you think His revelation is perfect and good. I don't.
You think I need to... Hold on. So again, let's do another hypothetical, Abe. If God exists, which yes, He does, but if God exists and He wants to reveal something to me in a way that I don't understand how He revealed it to me, can He do that? Andrew, can you please answer? Can you please just answer me?
Can He what?
Can He reveal to me information about Himself, who He is, whatever, in ways that I don't know how He revealed it to me, but He did? Can He do that? Is that possible?
I don't. Maybe I don't. But look.
Okay.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. Even if he could, then you can't fucking believe. You're literally. You have.
What do you mean I can't believe it? I do believe it.
That you can't explain to me.
I obviously do believe it.
No, you can't expect me to believe it. You cannot convince me.
That's different.
So you can't convince me.
Well, whether I can or can't is a different question. I think it's
no.
possible.
We're having a conversation between
I
you
know.
and
I think it's possible.
If your whole argument is that He reveals it to you in a way that you can't explain to other people, then the conversation is over.
No. He revealed. I can't explain the mechanism in which He revealed it to me.
How do you know that what God reveals to you is 100% true? How do you know?
I don't have any of this incorrigible knowledge about anything. I think I could be wrong about anything.
So you could be wrong.
Yeah, I could be wrong about anything.
Good. I'm glad to hear you say that. So it's possible God's morally perfect.
Now I think it's impossible, but it's possible that I'm wrong about that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, but right. But that's not really going to get us anywhere. Well, that's fine. I mean, you can say that's progress. But here, the whole point is you're saying that what I believe is moral. You're saying what I believe is circular. That is not circular.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you said what I believe is circular. That is not circular.
Okay, if you're saying that you could be wrong, right? I'm glad to hear you say it. All I'm saying is this. It would be circular. It would be circular if when I say, how do you know it's morally perfect? You say, He revealed it to me that He's morally perfect. And I say, how do you know that He revealed it to you? And then you say, well, God can't. Or God didn't. You know that for certain. So you can't rely on God's honesty when that's the very thing that's under question.
No, but that's not what I said, though. Right? So
I'll ask the causal chain again. How do you know God's morally perfect? How do you know God's morally perfect?
Because God revealed that to me.
Okay, wait, because God what?
Revealed that to me.
How do you know that what God revealed to you is true?
How do I know that it's true? I don't know the mechanism by way that I have come to know that it is true.
I didn't say the mechanism. How do you know the content is true?
No, I'm saying the mechanism for which God convinced me. He has given me convincing evidences.
No, but do you know?
Not just things that we appeal to. Not just things that we appeal to that you have access to as well. But I'm saying He has convinced me in some way of the truth of the proposition that He is morally perfect and that He does not lie, and that that he knows all things. I'm convinced of that.
Yeah, but Andrew, how do you know that what God reveals to you is true? Don't talk about the mechanism, just talk about the content.
How do I know that that's true?
That when God reveals, how do you know that how do you know God never lies? That's what I'm trying to say.
I think that I have good reason to believe it, and I'm convinced that it's true. I don't know, explaining how I know that it's true.
No, you're not following my question. You're not following my question. Forget about the mechanism right now. You believe that when God reveals stuff to you, he reveals true contents as opposed to false or ambiguous or unethical content.
Yeah, everything, yes.
Why do you think that's the case?
He has convinced me of that.
Why?
Because it's presumably a good thing for us to know him.
No. I said, why has he convinced you? Look, I look at the Bible. I will take the parts where God is good, okay? I'm willing to admit there are parts in the Bible where God is good.
That's fine.
But there's many more parts in the Bible where God is undeniably bad. So why are you looking at the good parts and saying, oh, God is good?
Look.
And then the bad parts, you just say, oh, he's probably good there too. This is confirmation bias.
No, look. I'm way more committed to the goodness of God than I am to whatever moral tension I might have with some narrative. Okay? So if I
Sorry, Andrew, is it you or me? Because you keep breaking up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, but is it your connection or my connection?
I don't know. The internet's...
CM, do you hear it breaking up too?
I wasn't paying attention.
Sorry. Yeah, try again, Andrew.
So,
you okay, bro. They fuck with you.
Okay. So what I'm saying, thank you. So what I'm saying is that I'm way more committed to the goodness of God than I am to there being any issue with this character based on these narratives. Okay? So all of the ways in which I have that conviction, I don't necessarily have the ability to describe all of that or show you some causal chain of how I got there. But it is the case that is something that I hold to be true. And it isn't a circular, it's not...
So wait, Andrew, do you agree that the way you came to this, did you get your moral intuitions about God from reading about God in the Bible, like the way he acts?
No, I got it from God.
Oh, okay, so you're not even getting it from the stories in the Bible?
No, the stories in the Bible are things that God has said, so that's also from God. But I got it from God.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Andrew. Here's the thing. What I'm doing is I'm looking at like the narrative of the people who purportedly, say they believe in God, and you definitely believe that they were like saints or holy people, and they wrote down all this story about how God. I mean, you believe the Bible is true, right? The Old Testament, the New Testament. You believe that God did all these things, right?
Yeah, of course.
So when I'm looking at it, I'm just kind of using that as like the metric to gauge God's behaviors. And for me, it's fairly easy to like just make a plot and put all the good, horrific shit God does on the right side, and then we can try to craft an idea of his personality and whether he's morally perfect or trustworthy or truth-bearing or whatever. It's pretty obvious that list is not one-sided, right? There's going to be a bunch of stuff on the right side and maybe a couple things on the left side. But the evidence is going to actually be overwhelmingly that God is not morally perfect. He did way more bad shit than he did good shit.
Well, no, you would only have to... Well, first of all, I don't know what metric you're judging that it's bad. But secondly, the stuff that
good or bad.
Yeah, the stuff that he did, you don't have access to all of his reasons. You don't know how everything affects everything. You're not him. So you don't know all of the circumstances. You don't know all of the effects that doing X affects,
No, that's true. That's true. But here's the thing. There are some things that are morally unambiguous. It is morally unambiguous to say that killing Amalekite infants is bad. I know that for a fucking fact.
Is there ever a reason to kill an infant?
Not in the story of the Amalekites.
No,
in other instances, in extreme cases of like your child is dying of cancer and they're suffering greatly, yeah, there might be justification. But in the case of the Amalekites, no, there is no justification.
If they were all demons, can you kill them?
No, even if the Amalekite babies were demons, you still can't kill them.
Why you can't kill demons?
Because it should have been. If God is so moral, He should have done an exorcism, not kill the babies.
No. It's just part of their nature. It's who they are.
No, Andrew. You believe God created them with free will. You can't fucking believe they have free will.
No, I don't know.
They can't change.
I didn't never said I said humans have free will. I didn't say Amalekites have free will.
You think God created Amalekite demon babies that didn't have free will? Is that what you're saying?
Abe, is that possible?
This line of reasoning is really sad.
Please answer me. No, brother. You don't
In
understand.
the story, okay, hold on. I know the Bible. Hold on, no.
Always is back.
I know the Bible better than you, Andrew. Nowhere in the Amalekite scripture does it even imply that the Amalekite babies were demons. You're just making shit up.
It doesn't
You're just
have
making
to.
shit up.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to.
It does have to if you're going to use it as justification for God's decision.
Reason. You don't have to know. Look, first of all, there are.
And is this how you read the Bible? Is this how you exegete the Bible?
No, please listen.
It's really sad.
Please listen, Abe. You're not thinking correctly here. Okay. There are demons in the Bible. There are six-fingered giants in the Bible. There are polluted bloodlines in the Bible. God floods the earth.
And the Amalekites were none of those. They were just people.
No. Actually, you don't know that. So the whole point is, how do you know that? Oh yeah, really? How do you know that?
Because everywhere in the Bible it refers to the Amalekites as the nation.
He floods the earth, and then it doesn't say they're men. Hold on. It doesn't say they're men. Yes, he flooded the earth. It doesn't say they're men.
Okay. And he burns it.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Hold on. It does not say that they are humans. You are assuming that they are not. No, it doesn't.
It says the nation of the Amalekites.
The nation doesn't mean humans. Nation doesn't mean humans.
Of course, they're humans. It refers to a bunch of other nations. The Philistines.
No, can there be a nation full of persons that are not human?
Not in the Bible. Anytime it refers in the Bible to nations, it's literally referring to people.
How do you know that? That's a presupposition.
Because you can't show me one example in the Bible when it said nation and someone was a demon.
That's an argument from silence.
God.
You're arguing from silence right now. You're not
exactly a Bible scholar, are you?
Yeah, brother, you're arguing from silence. This has nothing to do with biblical. This is not scholarship.
I know. That's the problem.
I'm talking. No. It's not even in that field. What we're doing right now is we're just talking about what's possible, and how arguments work, and what you're constructing an argument here that is an argument from silence. You're saying because the Bible didn't say that they're demons or some kind of hybridized person, because it didn't say it, therefore it follows that they weren't.
Andrew, your argument is an argument from worse silence. You're saying there's no evidence in the scripture that it literally does not even imply that they're demons. But since it doesn't say that, you're going to assume that it's possible.
No, that's not correct. Converse went through a lot to show that actually it is the case that they are. And the Bible does teach something like that. I'm not even making that strong claim.
Tell me the verse. Tell me the verse if you think they're demons.
Brother, hold on. You're missing my point, and this is why it's frustrating. It's possible, and you can't rule it out. And
you know what else is possible? It's possible your God is not morally perfect. That's also a possibility.
Yeah, that's fine. You'd have to show that. No. Look. I disagree that that's possible, but I could be wrong. Okay. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. You can't say that it's impossible because you don't have grounds in the Bible to say that they are not demons or whatever.
Andrew,
you don't know
it
that.
says in the Bible the nation. Now, if you're going to say, since it doesn't say explicitly human nation.
Well, I think it talks about tribes, but whatever.
If you literally wanted to say human nation,
it doesn't
and then
have
it's
to say
not
human.
I know.
Can a group of persons be a nation?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, can a person be an angel or a demon or something like that?
No.
Really? You don't think angels are persons?
Where does it say in the Bible
Wait a second.
there are nations of demons?
You don't think, hold on real quick. No, hold on. Don't change what you're saying. You're telling me that a angel that has volition and will and can act, has a mind. You're telling me an angel is not a person?
An angel is not a person, no.
And a demon is not a person?
A demon is not a person, no.
And God is not a person?
God is not a person, no.
Whoa.
Was Lucifer a person?
Whoa.
Why is that even controversial?
Wow. Why is that even
Talk
controversial?
it out.
Theologically, people have argued for millennia about the persons of the Trinity, the first, second, and third person of the Trinity. Now, you must be getting some understanding of person that is not what has been understood historically. People have understood that term to include something like an angel, if angels exist, for those that don't believe in it. If angels exist, they would be persons. If demons exist, they would be persons. God exists, he's a person. Now,
Andrew, what do I have to do in the story and the context to literally show that the Amalekites were another tribe of humans at the time? They attacked the Jews when they left Egypt.
Yeah, I understand.
And that this was like a blood feud between the two nations.
Yeah, but you don't know.
Nothing in the context of the story even remotely implies they were demons.
It's an argument from silence. The whole point is if I just say, look, I don't know all of the reasons God has, and you don't either, then what you don't get to conclude is that it necessarily is the case that God did something that's morally wrong here and that there's no justification.
Andrew, because look at the bubble to yourself. You're literally saying whenever I show you an example of gross violence and brutal physical behavior, what you're going to do is you're just going to say, yeah, you don't know the context or any reason. Like, what if I show you Kim Jong-un, who he takes his brother and executes him by throwing him to dogs, and I'm like, dude, that was pretty fucked, right? And you're like, wait, we know Kim Jong-un might be a deer eater. Maybe he had reasons for feeding his brother to dogs.
No, we have good reason to believe. Well, I don't know. Maybe.
No, Andrew, no. See, that's what you don't understand.
Yeah. Well,
In the context, look, there's no context or look, pause. There is no context or justification. Even if his brother was committing treason and trying to kill him, right?
Really? There's no justification.
Even then, hold on. It still wouldn't be justification to feed him to wild animals.
Really?
You might say you can put him in jail. You might say but you can't justify him feeding him to dogs.
Well,
okay, it's just completely morally abhorrent.
If the situation was such that if whoever his brother was going to, if Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong, whoever the fish you're talking about, if it was the case that he's getting ready to kill a bunch of innocent people, and the only way, say his brother is whatever, incapacitated in some way, the only way he could do something is to let go of some leash or some chain that's holding a bunch of animals to kill him. Okay? Now, if he unleashes that chain... That's not the only way. Why are you saying it's the only way? No. I'm saying if it is the only way, if the person that you're talking to...
This line of reasoning is tiresome.
Listen to what I'm saying.
No,
listen to what I'm saying. If the brother is disabled, he's bedridden, he has some kind of button, okay, that he hits and it opens a mechanism that lets wild animals out of their cage. And he knows his brother's getting ready to do something that is going to murder a bunch of innocent babies or do whatever. If it's the case that he hits that button and those wild animals go free and eat him, he just fed his brother to the wild animals. Was that morally justified?
So look, let me just say, if this is your argument, then not only is it truly it's stupid, like Sully said, it would be true because it's true.
No,
the argument is this. The argument is this. Look, the argument is this. In the same way that you're saying there's a space for you to be right, that same exact space is there for you to be wrong. So in the same way, when you say it's possible, you are heavily leaning on this idea that it's possible, that there's at least one scenario
Obviously, it's
that
possible.
it's okay for God to murder Melchite babies. So if you're going to say that, Andrew, so in the words of Hitchens, just like that, which can be asserted without evidence, can be dismissed without evidence. The fact that you think it's possible, okay, well, I'm just going to say, okay, yeah, but it's also possible it's not. So now we're at a standstill.
Right. So that's fine. So what you don't get to say then is that it's wrong. That's good. That's fine.
I get to say it's wrong for the following reason, right?
No, you think it's possible that it's wrong.
I know it's possible that it's wrong. I know that for sure. But I'm going to take the... Hold on.
Right.
And now how do we adjudicate between both of us? How do we do it?
We're going to just have to talk. We'll probably have to do something that's more fruitful, which is deal with the existence of this being. If the being exists...
But look. We can talk about the existence of the being now. But look, from my lights, I'm taking all the possible context that I'm aware of in the scenario of the Amalekites, and I'm saying, wow, this overwhelmingly looks like a human nation, that they were in a blood feud with the Israelites, and not only did God say to revenge them and murder them, which, okay, we could talk about whether that was okay, but then he said murder the women and the children, and that is morally abhorrent, given the circumstances of those things.
You're saying given the context.
That's all I need to know.
Hold on, you're not taking all the context, because the context, including the text surrounding before and after, says that God is upright in all of his ways. Abe, are you accepting that?
Obviously, the God can't be upright in all his ways.
So you don't agree with that.
Babies.
Right.
Yes.
So of the two that's in tension, you think that there's a tension, and I'm just saying no. I don't agree with you.
This is what you do. You accept when it says God's morally upright. You accept that definition is true, no matter the evidence that comes in. What I'm saying is, even if it was true, even if it was true at the beginning, the fact that new evidence came in makes me reassess the definition.
Oh no, and it's after. It's before and after.
Yeah, but I would reassess the definition after.
And you can, and people do that, and that's fine, and they come to those conclusions. I'm just telling you that I think the fact that God is morally perfect is more, it's something that is more evident to me than any moral tension I might have reading some of those narratives.
Yeah, but look at the way you've trapped yourself. You stuck yourself in a bubble where no matter the things you read, even if it literally says kill.
No, I think it's less expected. Well, no,
you're gonna say there might be reasons that this is okay, so you never can get out of it.
You have to agree with that. No. You have to agree with that. There may be reasons. You've already acknowledged that. My point is this: I'm leaning on the skepticism of that because I have stronger independent reasons to believe not only that God exists, but that he's morally perfect. And so I accept the other parts of the narrative that say that God is morally perfect. And that has been made very clear to me that that's true. So if I read something that's less expected, given a world with a good God, I'm going to hold to what I'm already committed to because it's strongly evidenced by my experience, more so than any doubt that I might have about God's goodness when I read these narratives. That doesn't compel me as much because there are reasons that God could have for killing infants. There are reasons for that. And because there are possible reasons, it is the case that I am going to be skeptical of my ability to assess why it is that God did it, and I'm going to accept him at his word when he says that he is morally perfect. I agree with that. That's all I'm saying.
Can I ask a question? So if
come on in, guys. Whoever wants to come in, I appreciate it. Bear with me, brother. I'll be here. Just bear with me. Come on in, guys.
If you were God, right, and you was dealing with somebody like one of your creations, and the creation loved you, and you was having a relationship with him, and you knew that God had told you, no problem. You knew that God. Basically, you knew that these people that you was talking with, that they were going up against this other group, like you said, nation against nation, human versus human. And the other group would always try to kill you, no matter what. That the other group is going to try to destroy you. So, and God, would it be moral don't let any of these people survive because they're going to come back and try to kill you, which they did. They did come back and try to kill them, the Amalekites. So they came back.
Did not. The babies did not.
So you say the babies did not, but the babies that were babies grew old and did. So with you having that knowledge that the babies that were babies will grow old and did, like they did, okay, this is actually what happened in the story.
No, hold on. No, stop. In the time when God purportedly said, go kill the Amalekites, the time when he said to wipe them out from under the heavens and erase their memory forever, that time, there were babies in the tribe, in the Amalekite tribe. And God didn't say, kill all the guys who attacked you, the adults who attacked you, but let the babies live. God said, kill men, women, and infant child in the Amalekites. So there were babies there who never grew up yet and never did anything wrong. They were just existing. That's it.
Okay, so now, this is what I'm talking about, those babies that they let live, right? Because they didn't listen to God. Remember, they didn't listen to this moral God. So they were like you. They said, nah, forget you, you moral God. So in 1 Samuel 30, 1 and 2, it says, now when David...
First of all, I'm not like the Amalekites because I'm an atheist. The Amalekites probably still believed in gods. They believed in Yahweh, the Jewish God. That's all.
Yeah, no, you're an atheist, but you are like the Amalekites. You're a prophet.
No, I don't think the Amalekites were atheists.
Well, I don't think it's right. So you're a probablyist.
This guy is too smart for me.
Hey, let that man talk. Hey, talk to me good. I'm listening, bro.
Yeah. So in 1 Samuel 31 and 2, it says, now when David and his men came to Ziklag, the Amalekites had made a raid against Negib and against Ziklag. They had overcome Ziklag and burned it with fire and taken captive the women and all who were in it. Now, if God knew the Amalekites would do this, like if you were God and you knew the Amalekites would do this, would it be moral of you to tell the people that the Amalekites would do this too? Like, hey, man, you gotta handle it.
And I'll tell you how. If God is so moral, what he could have done, just by his foreknowledge, is like stop the Amalekites from doing it, or maybe not create the Amalekites in the first place. Like, he has foreknowledge. He doesn't need to tell you, kill the Amalekites, when he could have just prevented the whole thing in the first place.
Well, you say prevent, right? So now you're saying you want, so what you're saying is you would rather have a God that makes all the decisions for you and don't give you the ability to make a decision.
No, I'm saying if God exists, he purportedly loves to murder the Amalekites after they attack the Israelites. But if he's that powerful that he can murder people, he could have also just stopped the Amalekites from attacking the Jews in the first place.
The question would be, would you want a God that actually, like, if God exists and he created all beings, would you want God to like create robots that only do what he say, or would you want the ability to say no to God, thus giving you some type of sense of free will? Would you want free will?
Well, God by definition created us. We don't have free will, so there is no free will.
No. Saying no free will means you can't lift up your arm right now. You have no free will. So now let's not put limitations on it.
Okay, we're not going to get, it's getting too philosophical if we start arguing about free will, but the point is this. Humans are robots, right? Everything we do is determined by a causal chain of prior causes and effects over which you had no control. When you say you can lift your arm, some people can't lift their arm. They're paralyzed. So they don't have free will to lift their arm.
Some people.
But what I'm saying is even normal humans who lift their arm, they lift their arm for various reasons that have to do with things that are not under their control in the past, right?
What you're saying is,
we're not going to get too deep into the philosophy, but there's no free will.
So what you're saying is, as a human, what you're saying is, as a human who does not believe in God, you believe that something is actually controlling every movement you make.
Well, it's not something. It's a causal chain of events, and it extends backward in the past, and we don't have control over the initial causes, so we don't have control over right now.
I just checked this out. I really just twiddled my fingers right now to see if I could do this. I still have them twiddling. Are you saying
no,
some stars is twiddling my fingers for me? Your ability
to twiddle your, yes, it's based on your ability to like not be paralyzed. You have to have an intact spinal column with nerves that extend into your brain in order to twiddle your fingers. The fact that that set of affairs is in place is not fucking under your control. You could become paralyzed. That's a possibility.
Hold on. Become paralyzed is one thing, right? But now I'm saying free will. I freely chose to twiddle my finger. Now,
the fact that you twiddle your fingers doesn't prove you have free will.
Hold on. If I'm paralyzed from the waist down, I can't twiddle my toes. I can still twiddle my fingers. If I'm paralyzed from the neck down, I can't twiddle my fingers. I can still blink my eyes. If I'm paralyzed from the head down and I can't even move my face, right? If I can't even move my face, I still have a will that would let you know when I'm hungry, when I'm not hungry, or if I want something, I can still want something.
All of those things occur beyond your control. Yeah.
No, well, I can still ask for something. So when I said free will, I didn't say total free will like you were God. I said a sense of free will. See,
well, I'm glad to hear you're coming around.
What you guys mistake is, I didn't say a sense in free will. That was my first position. So what you guys mistake free will to be is being God. That's not free will.
No, but you do need robust free will to get out of the moral problem. You do need to, like, your actions not be determined by like causes beyond your control in order for you to be morally responsible in the way that the deists are asserting.
That's right. You're saying I need wait. You're saying in order I need basically a blanket free will of God. I need the free will of God.
No, you just need to have the ability to choose between two other options to be before you, and for you to be able to choose freely between them.
Okay, hold on. Wait one second.
Between two options.
I don't want to change the whole title of the room and go into free will. We could debate free will another time, or if you want to go into it, it would be a complete change of topic. What we were talking about is about God being moral and divine command theory and killing babies. That's what we were talking about before.
So you would say, because you brought in a free will thing, I would say this, because you kind of hinted to where that had to be brought out. I'm saying this: if God knew that someone was going to kill all of your babies, right? And of course, God has the power, like you say, to just shake the world.
I'll make it simple. If God wanted to stop the Amalekite babies from growing up and killing the Jews, he could have done a million other things besides for killing them, right? He could have gave them a new heart and converted them to put the Holy Spirit in them and converted them all to Christianity or something. There's a million things God could have done to stop the Amalekite being corrupted, and the one thing he purportedly said is go kill them.
So once again, my question was, if God knew your neighbor was going to come kill you, and
why didn't God just make the Amalekite babies turn to the Israelites and accept God? Why didn't he do that?
Because you're putting it on God. When God put it on you, you didn't step up. You didn't do what God said. So what happened was the Amalekites ended up coming back.
Are you going to answer my question? Are you going to answer my question? The question is, why didn't God, instead of murdering the babies, why didn't he just convert them all to Judaism?
Well, I'd like to answer.
Yeah, one sec, Selah. Star, why didn't he just convert them all to Judaism instead of killing them?
Well, for one, there was a defying happening. The first defying was that they weren't even going to listen to God. So when God
but God can hold on. But God can control everything, right?
No, that's what God said.
No, it is not. Wait, hold on. It is not morally conscious to do what you're saying. That's unmoral. You would have no morals if you did that. If you were God and you were God, you would have no morals because you would just be everybody would be your robot. You would
so by your life, you'd rather God murder the babies than to forcibly change them. I'm done with this conversation. Thank you.
No, what I'd rather do is go ahead, Salah.
Well, wait, Star Power's a logician, right?
Hi, Abe, by the way.
Hey, Selah, how are you?
Hello.
Look, I just wish you wouldn't have kicked my friend CM before. He was in your room. He was making good points.
Come on.
No,
justifiable to kill the Amalekite baby?
In the story as it's presented, in the Amalekite story, no.
Is there any scenario that you can see that it is warranted?
No, not in the way that the story is told.
Okay. Well, I'm not just talking about the way the story is told. I'm saying, is there any predicament, is there any scenario that you can fathom that you would say is morally justified?
Just remember, he's arguing for silence.
I know, hold on. I just hold on, yeah, let me set up, let me set it up.
Okay, that's fine, go ahead.
Is there any scenario that you can conceptualize that it would be morally justified to kill the Amalekite baby? Can you think of one?
No, because like I said, they were
She had the knowledge of what was evil about because she hadn't eaten a fruit yet. So again, it seems unfair to punish her for doing something that she can't have known was bad. The third question I would raise is why the serpent is there in the first place. If the serpent is this evil creature and sort of crawling around Eden, why is the serpent in paradise in the first place? Why would God?
Would you think it's justified to football kick the zombie toddler?
They wasn't ready, so
okay, Selah, are you?
I know, I'm
really
serious.
making this analogy right?
Yeah, I am because first of all, I want to establish. I'm just establishing first of all that maybe there is a scenario, right, that you could fathom it. So first,
restricting liberty.
right, and then the second.
Yeah, well, there's no real plan for this.
I think there is a good plan. We're shipping people from that came here illegally to South Sudan, okay, which is a horrible place. And I
this guy went to prison when he was 16.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but see, but see, the thing is the Democrats and the media are saying, well, they're not using due process. The Trump administration is using due process. There's a wide range of what due process is. It may be you go in front of a judge. Do you have papers? No. Do you? Oh, we did catch you with a Mexican passport. Is this you? Yes, it is. Sorry, you're gone.
But even courts. Okay, so when it comes to due process, people who cross the border illegally or not don't all have to see a judge. Okay, I mean, and as well as people who
yeah, if you were like
as for certain requests,
you got drugs on you.
Yeah, like
Border Patrol can do a lot of different shit with you.
So it's like if you're you can technically appeal decisions made, but I mean after you've already been deported. But I mean that's a whole different story. I just think that realistically, when it comes to due process for a lot of, and I get where you're coming from, because I know that you're not like a mean-spirited individual, Marshall. They did use the quote-unquote due process bullshit against us. Like it is in a way they're trying to say like, for humanitarian reasons, we must put all of these loopholes in place, not for them to come over here illegally, but for them to not get deported. And it's like, at what point do you just say like, okay, enough is enough, just fucking get rid of these people?
Because they're watching their voters walk away or be driven away in a van or a plane on a daily basis.
Obviously.
Trump took office, right? And now they're trying to come up with, there's never any good intentions when it comes to thinking give a shit about the brown, white, black, the yellow, whatever. I could care less about those people. We have more interaction and that's causing Republicans. And so they're looking at it as a nation or narrative, whatever they're actually at. If we allow this to continue, well, they should look at it and take from anything that they can think of.
And you gotta think about it. Like the thing about, the Democrats probably realize this is that they have, who's the chairman of the DOC?
Word on long fight?
You look at this white faggot, this fucking piece of shit that like says he's a school shooting survivor. He wasn't even there when it happened. but that's another story. But like this super soy beta male piece of shit.
No, because you said you could pump.
And it's just like who's going to be their voting demographic? I mean, the manliest amongst the Democrats are the fucking immigrants. To be honest, like the hardworking fucking Hispanic people are far more fucking manly than the white faggots they have working as their mouthpieces. So I do think that it's going to be a problem for them. And
did you see Did you see the DNC speech from David Hogg after Trump's election?
No.
Did you watch his speech? It was like a condolence speech.
It was terrible.
It was okay.
That white faggot needs to get sent to Africa to be a fucking sex relief doll for I don't know, somebody. That's all I'm gonna say. Fuck him.
The thing is, like, watching somebody like that, the stuff that he says, the femininity, that's one thing. It's like the complete unawareness of where the country is at today, because you only speak to people that agree with you. Like, the complete shocking lack of self-awareness for the Democratic Party was what really stood out at that speech and every other Democratic speech in the last 5 months. That's the part that really gets me.
And I've been, I'm friends with some like pretty, very anti-Trump people. They're liberal or even progressive, but they're not. But these like probably the person I've spent the most time communicating with online in the last few years is actually a progressive. He's a former Marine. He's a veteran. He disagrees with me on a lot of shit, but he's what's really weird is like, so first of all, like he's somebody who's in complete agreement with like this is just such, he didn't use the word, but I'll use the word like faggotry. What, like why are you doing this with like David Hogg? Like you're just asking to lose. Like the guy is basically he was saying he's a beta male, he's a bitch, he's worthless. But I was just talking to him 2 days ago because we maybe talk like every couple of weeks, and he was saying like, yeah, like the most responsible thing you can do with homeless people is institutionalize them. Like, holy shit, you're like more right wing than me. And what's really funny is that as progressive as he is, and like this slipped out several months ago, he was saying how like he owns a lot of properties that are rented out to Section 8 people in the southeast. And he said what he basically does is he just doesn't like rent. He literally doesn't rent to black people. He hires Spanish staff because he doesn't want to quote unquote put up with the hood rats. And he was saying like the by far the most dependable poor people are going to be like Hispanic immigrants.
It's common, right? I'm from Los Angeles, and some, like you go to Koreatown, the signs are all in Korean, the messages are in Korean. If you're not a Korean, they're not calling you back. It's common. I mean, I'm not going to say if it's right or wrong, but it's the truth. You don't want to rent to people who are going to tear up your property. That's just how it is.
Well, I would just say this, like the one thing that I wish black people could understand, maybe, but they probably don't. We look at it as hazardous to live around black people, and it's not because of any kind of like prejudice we were born with. It's because of reality. Every other race in the world looks at living around black people as hazardous. All of it.
It is. Wait a minute. Even other black people. That's why as soon as you make some money as a black person, you move right the hell out of the hood.
Exactly.
That's why. Look, let's get some numbers right out in the open here now. Black people are arrested for 80% of the violent crime. 50% 90% of the murders, 90% of murders go unsolved. We don't know how many of these brothers and sisters are out here shooting people up and rolling off. Straight out. And this idea that the Democrats are representing these people is repugnant to the American people. Now, look, I don't care what color you are. I only care if you share my values. Straight out. Straight out. But it's the reality. And you see it in California. And in California, now, I left. But before I left, they were trying to tell me I didn't have to pay my rent. Now, keep in mind, they were sending me money to pay my rent. So what happened? 2 or 3 years go by, all of the mom and pop homeowners, they go belly up because people are not paying their rent. So now you want to rent in California, you have to show $60,000, $70,000 in income, or you can't even get a single apartment. I mean, it's just how it is. And no, it doesn't have anything to do with color of skin. Nobody gets to choose color of skin. But you get to choose. You get to decide if you're going to be a righteous man or a wicked man. And unfortunately, we have a lot of wickedness going on in this country. Thank you for listening.
Is that statistic right, Pepe? 80% of crimes have black people arrested for them?
Violent crime.
It could be for violent crime. So like he said 50% for murder. Like especially post George Floyd, that went up to about 60% of the homicide in America.
Hey, Pepe, you're in the Matrix, man.
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, so I would say, I don't know if the 80% is correct for all violent crime. I don't know that statistic. When it comes to homicide, yeah, it's generally been, around, half of the murders in the United States have been committed by black males. Post George Floyd, it went more to closer to 60%. It would, in fact, I think it breached 60% for 1 year, and so it is a. Here's the thing: is like what is mind-boggling to me is that they're saying you racist, you scared of black people, you scared. No, like I'm not scared of tigers for the most part. So I'll shoot a fucking tiger, just like I'll shoot one of you fucking monkeys if you try to, commit violence against me.
Calm down. Okay,
But with that being said, if the stats are true, I mean, the fact that they always try to, instead of being, the biggest problem with black people in the United States is instead of trying to be grateful, which they are the most prosperous black population on the planet. Instead of that, they focus on grievances and they bitch and whine and complain. They act horribly. They're just a fucking shit show. Now, my personal opinion is that blacks and just like how not every race is the same. I would say like out of every race, like sub-Saharan black people have probably the worst distribution of traits like intelligence, impulse control, a propensity to violence, basically anything.
Americans in general? Because yeah, you're absolutely right. Americans are absurdly bad on all of those things you just said.
Sure. And so I would say that, African Americans are not.
No, just Americans, right? That's what you mean.
Just people of, no.
They're really dumb.
Sub-Saharan Africa.
Do a lot of crime. Americans.
Yeah, you have the stats, Jarl.
Yes, Canada is much more educated and commits a lot less crime, so Americans on average are just terrible.
Yeah, but if you were to look at how we stack up, if you were to look at how we stack up globally, if if I believe, if I recall correctly, I
let's look at
forget
first
the name of
world
the
countries.
test, but we're literally, okay, white people are about in America.
Canada has
We are number 7 in terms of being the most educated. When it comes to Asian, what?
You're arguing with a fool. Canada has like what? The population of the state of California?
Thank you. Do you know what per capita means, Dr. Adams?
Yeah, you're an idiot. Yeah, okay.
But conservatives never know what per capita means.
You're literally an idiot.
Okay, but America is still commits a hell of a lot more crime and scores worse on IQ, and they're less educated.
No, but white Americans. But Jarro. What you're not understanding is that white people in America number 7 in the world when it comes to how they perform on standardized tests. You know, when it comes to how they have to see like the quality of education you had, which of course is also going to be heavily G-loaded. I.e. intelligence. And so, and then the Asians in the United States do very well too.
Making random shit up. There's no study about white people being compared to the rest of the world. That's not even like a metric.
You're not even black, Jarl.
You can look
you're not even black.
Okay, census data is taken in the United States.
You're not black. You're Canadian, so that takes blackness right off the map. No, they're not. Yeah, Jarl. So when you look at IQ comparison studies, white is the median, not median. White is the comparison group. So you will look at, and they will
say white, non-American. What about if you compare that to just American whites, eh, Alan? Have you looked at that?
So, but when you talk about crime, when you talk about
Asian supremacists right now.
That has nothing to do with anything. But when you talk about crime, again, I'm gonna, first of all, if you removed all of the crime committed by black people, this country, never mind that.
But you're gonna have to remove the black people too, right? Have you done the math?
If you remove all of the crime committed by black people,
and
the United States has
nobody in America is stopping black people from going back to Africa. So again, nobody in America is stopping any of these monkeys from going back to Africa.
Jeez, I am mid-sentence. If you remove all of the gun violence committed by black people, the United States has less gun violence than most other European countries.
And that's it. That's
just number one.
Number
2, again, I brought this up last night. I will put it in the chat. Look at my PTR picture, 2017 to 2021. This is assault, violent assault. White people committed 371,000 assaults against black people. In the same time period, black people committed 280, I can't read the numbers because it's small, but it's like 282,000 violent crimes against white people.
It's true.
Now that is a huge disparity, and if you want to go by per capita, Jarl, we can do that too, because I will put a link in the chat. And for everyone who will look through it and see the little note that says, oh, you can't take this number, you cannot use this for any serious comparison or something. That's a footnote only for Pacific Islanders. It's not for the whole study.
Can I say something real quick?
The confidence, it's a 95% confidence with the black and white maybe upload their music from their rooms or their TikTok, stuff like that.
Yeah. Marriage. In other words, to marry her, and he married her. taken in marriage by him. Would you like? Okay. Does it mean consummation as well?
Yeah, because he have dethroned her when she was born and then consummated it.
It doesn't matter if he did or not because it tells you other places that you can fuck her before 11. So you can basically it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. According to the other rabbi, what's his name, Rabbi Meir? It's okay.
Oh my God, Mikhail had to get a new PTR. I'm in a new account. Hooray!
Are you gonna report him, John?
He did. He called me a faggot kike. I reported him.
So you're the reason he lost his account?
I don't know.
Well, not him. You report everybody. It wasn't.
Nah, I'm fucking with him. Probably wasn't me.
Yeah, he does. He does. John, I love you, but I didn't take you for a faggot, man.
Oh.
And he goes around it telling people to report. You don't have to like someone, dude.
Oh, I go around telling people to report you, huh?
Yeah, you are.
No, I don't go around telling. I reported you.
Yes, you were.
I reported you once, but I doubt that it was even me.
People told me you made it.
People told you.
Yeah. He made it his PTR, and he was telling everybody report.
No, I wasn't telling everybody to report. I reported it.
He's gay. He's definitely a faggot. Why do you report?
Projection.
I mean, you look like a faggot, anyways. Like everybody. I don't have to lie.
I know you called me a faggot kike.
You are a faggot kike.
Oh my God, I'm gonna report you again. As someone who has had to create 50 accounts, I hope you enjoy creating accounts.
You literally coming from the guy who has 20 accounts. There's no reason to report people, dude. That's okay.
Yeah, I know it's
Maybe
good.
take a report away.
Okay, let's find out. Let's see what
You're
happens.
proving the point, though. You're a faggot.
So John, we're exploring the Talmudic age of Rebecca.
You have to admit it is gay, dude. Super gay.
So Rabbi, do you now agree that the Jews believe she was 3?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean he fucked her. However, according to them, there's nothing against that since we read that in the other part. 45b, verse 9 through 15. You can fuck her before 11, but not. So basically, you can fuck her anytime you want.
I hope they didn't have sex. That would be awful.
Well, he didn't really marry her.
What I think is that 3 wasn't really 3 for them.
No, it was.
Like, they weren't counting every year as one age.
Of course it was. They knew how to count. Come on, they're lunar people. It was, but...
You're just projecting, Princessia.
It doesn't matter. Shut the fuck up, what do you know? That goes against the words of the prophet.
I'm telling you, she said she didn't give it up with Diego in Vegas.
Yeah, this is faggot shit.
Okay, PTR.
What? Pretty damn wild. Don't worry, I reported you.
I reported you too for calling me a faggot kike.
You're a faggot.
Okay, then we'll find out if the report works.
Dude, the report ain't gonna work. You need, like, all the people. I mean, this is a new account.
John, I never commented one way or the other about what happened between Diego and I.
Reporting only works when you have a following.
Well, we're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out, but you're gonna report it on your 20 accounts, I know.
No, I just reported it once. That was it. I'm surprised you have to have a new account, but it's it's all for the best.
We're gonna have a test. I promise you, nothing is gonna happen, and you'll see that you're just a waste of time. You're wasting.
It is a waste of time. 100%, it's a waste of time.
The only reason is when a lot of people report you, and when you have a following, that's when it clips you.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why you guys report. Why do you do that?
Just because I wanna. This is the dumbest shit in the world, and I just want to make the point that it's a total waste of time.
I mean, I block people. I don't like. Reporting someone is gay, dude.
It's 100% gay.
Alright, then what you're doing it.
I'm a faggot kike, according to Mikhail. This is what a faggot kike does.
You're right. There you go. But it is gay that you reported him now.
No, I want the best for Mikhail. I want him to stop using the app. It's a waste of his time.
But I'm just saying, I'm not gonna stop using the app. It's never a waste of time. I thought this was a waste of your time.
It is a waste of my time.
Shouldn't you be Then why are you here? Why are you here?
Because I want to remind people that it's a waste of their time too.
Why are you?
Because I'm a nice person. This is what good people do for good people. They remind them this is a waste of your fucking
Why
life.
don't you be a nice person to yourself and stop wasting your time?
I am. This is me rewarding myself with me doing good things, charity. I'm running a charity here.
Clown. Why you gotta talk in a high pitched voice? Like,
Why you gotta talk the way you talk? You sound nasally too.
No, not at all.
No, you don't have a nasal overtone?
You're talking in a high pitched voice. And what? I don't know. I can't even do it.
Well, you and Rabbi both have canopy nose, so it's called an overtone nose.
Well, that's because I'm a Jew.
Well, what's Mikhail's excuse?
I'm sorry. We sound much more manly than you. Just like
You sound more manly than me?
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, all right. If that's your opinion, though. Princessia, what do you think? Who has the more manly voice out of the three of us?
Diego.
No, Diego's not here. I'm talking about Rabbi, Mikhail, and myself.
Alright, that's the cringiest answer you can give. Cringiest answer.
Somewhere right now,
That
Diego's.
that it bothers you so much.
It is just cringe, man. It's just hardcore cringe.
One day you'll have a girl obsessed over you too.
Dude, that's just not. I hope to God I don't have this shit. Yeah. No, thank you, nigga. No, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if. What do you think? Do you think Diego reciprocates your love?
In my heart.
But just not in the real world, in your imaginary heart world?
Maybe.
Well, that's
Maybe if
that's
the
delusional.
pictures didn't make me go viral.
Yeah, you made yourself go viral. Everybody here was like, couldn't even believe it was you because you catfished us all. So we were like, that's Princessia? No way.
Oh my god.
Oh, you got a cold flu too, huh?
No.
She didn't do anything crazy, nothing that's gonna get her any trouble. No legal
Oh,
trouble.
really? No legal troubles? You got court coming up.
That kike in Florida that went and shot his own people when he would fucking thought they were Palestinian.
Did you?
But none of y'all made a
Did
fucking
you see
joke
the
about
video of the IDF soldier that shot the Palestinian guy who converted to Judaism? Did you see this fucking video?
I saw that video.
That's fucked up.
Because Jews are a fucked up people, man.
I don't understand why he shot him. Like the guy, they claim he had a knife in his bag or something.
You're part of this satanic cult.
Oh yeah, it's the cult theory again.
It is a cult.
It's what is it? The Hebrew-speaking cult?
You know, as Jews, most Jews don't speak Hebrew. What are you talking about?
What the fuck do you think they speak?
Fuck. Oh man. You're not even a race. You're one of the most diverse ethnic groups on the face of this planet. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? I'm not even Jewish.
I don't mean a lineage. I don't mean a lineage. Ethnicity is a culture.
That is something I never understood. I never understood how Jews can claim that they're the same people.
You're not from the same lineage. The majority of you, you're as diverse as the Turks. The Turks.
It doesn't make a difference. The language is the common factor. It's for every ethnicity.
For the most of 1,400 years, I want to say, Jews did not speak Hebrew. Actually, 2,000 years, majority of Jews did not speak Hebrew.
That's right. That's right. They did not speak.
Well, what were they speaking?
Speaking all kinds of language, Aramaic mainly, in the East.
Greek and Aramaic.
Well, then Hebrew just went out of style.
Hebrew was spoken in the temple, but that's about it. Not even in the synagogue.
So it's practically a dead language.
So it took somebody like Migzed to resuscitate the entire nation. Unbelievable.
Well, that's literally what it is. Can you believe that?
Resuscitate the entire nation.
So Migzed is responsible for the genocide. I gotta say, I saw some videos. It's so fucking it's so fucked up. You know, it's so fucked up.
No, don't get me wrong. I love Migzed, but that's what I'm saying.
He's an idiot.
That Migzed, I know, but I love him. That doesn't mean I can't love him.
Why is he an idiot?
But he is an idiot.
He history. He doesn't know anything.
He accepts
I know more about
Hebrew
Judaism.
Israelites. He thinks black Hebrew Israelites are accepted as Jews, and at the same time, he doesn't believe in the afterlife. Like, what
Yes, he
type-
does. I asked him.
What?
He believes in an afterlife.
What?
I had an entire fight with him over the afterlife. No, he doesn't believe in it.
He doesn't. He's an atheist. He's practically an atheist.
He doesn't believe in it, and I told him you're going against all the rabbis, dude. And like he insists that that's not the case. It's like, dude, the Sadducees are known for not believing in the afterlife. The Pharisees, who are the like parent group of the fucking rabbis today, they believed in the afterlife, dude. They do believe.
The whole fight between the Pharisees and the Sadducees is over eschatology and the afterlife. And the Pharisees were killed in the thousands before the Common Era because of this. The Sadducees persecuted them. And when the Pharisees saw an opportunity to switch up the authority and get rid of the Sadducees, they did. And that's why they adhered to Roman authority. They wanted the Romans. The Pharisees wanted the Romans.
So it makes sense. I love him, but he's retarded.
They don't know shit, man.
That's just what it is. But no hard feelings. I mean, I would even invite Mixed over for. I will do the best l'chaim. I'll invite him from some. I'll even invite him to do real teshuva in my yeshiva. But he needs to fix that shit. You know who I like among the Yiddish guys? I like Nathan. Nathan is someone I enjoy talking to.
Nathan was good because he adhered to religious orthodoxy.
Who's Nathan?
Nathan Heck. He's the Toronto Jew. I had a lot of beautiful discussions with him. We did the Torah studies together. We did a lot of beautiful things.
See, I mean, you guys act like it's not 2025, and you're sitting there criticizing the Pharisees. Like, what fucking kind of time machine do you guys own?
I'm not criticizing the Pharisees. I'm saying that modern Jews follow rabbinical Judaism based on Pharisees, and the Pharisees do believe in the afterlife. So if you
Well, like reincarnation?
you're literally going
Oh
against
my god.
every rabbi.
No, that's nonsense reincarnation.
No, I'm saying when you say they believe,
That's a cult that came out in the 17th, 18th century, started talking about reincarnation.
no, but when you say afterlife, is that reincarnation or like afterlife as in like a Christian retirement center?
Forget what the afterlife is. It exists.
They believe in the afterlife. They believe in hell. They believe in heaven. They believe in an eternal dwelling place. They hold to eternal damnation. It's in the Talmud.
It doesn't matter what the
If
afterlife.
you do usury against Jews, if you perform usury against Jews, you will end up in eternal hellfire. In the Talmud.
Why is that so complicated?
You don't think that that's just like a metaphor?
Nigga, why can't you understand that they believe in an afterlife? Doesn't matter what it looks like.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying like it's such a ridiculous concept.
That's my only point, is that Mixed doesn't. So that's the problem. And he cannot handle it when I tell him, no, that there is an
Well,
afterlife.
clearly neither does John.
John doesn't know what he is. He doesn't know what he is. I mean,
I'm just a Mishling. I'm just a Mishling here to record, observe, and then, just go have a hot dog. I don't know. You guys are the subject matter experts here.
You claim you read to Kabbalah. What do you understand from the Kabbalah?
I don't know. There's a lot of information in the Kabbalah.
You don't know anything about an afterlife in the Kabbalah?
No, it's all about the
John
now.
is a convert.
he is converting to Judaism, but regardless, I'm just telling you, man, Mixed just doesn't know what's up. Like, he's not. If you ask Nathan is much more in line with the Jewish beliefs, which are in my humble opinion, but he is not retarded. He just subscribes to retarded.
Well, what do you think about those ridiculous Jews that are like pro-Palestine and side with Iran? What are they
I
called?
don't care. I don't care about Palestine or Israel.
Do you have
Those
exact
are
law?
real Jews. Those Jews, they are willing to adhere to an authority, just like the Pharisees with the Romans. They are willing to adhere to an authority that allows them to practice their way of life.
I know, but I was wondering if Rabbi thinks that they're cucks.
No, I think I don't care. No, because they choose. Like, see, you have to understand who you're talking. I'm more in line with the Natura Carta. I believe that Zionism is a direct attack on Judaism, and there's a lot of Jews who believe that.
Yeah, but then there's the opposite who think that Zionism is what's preserving it.
Dude, I get that, but I'm telling you, I'm not troll. I always troll about these things, but right now I'm being super honest with you. My perspective is that Zionism is a hijack of the Jewish identity. I do believe that.
I get it, but I mean, the soldiers who look at these Orthodox who think they're cucks because they're siding with Iran and Palestine.
Yeah, I know. If you check the writings of the early Zionists, they said the same thing about the disgusting Jews who are so weak and pathetic. Like that's the most anti-Semitic people are the Zionist writers. Just read what they say, dude.
Right. I mean, they're nationalists. They're nationalists.
Well, yeah, but the problem is Jews are not a nation in the modern nation sense. Like Jews are the people who accepted the Torah and the Old Covenant with Moses. They're not people who are belonging to a certain nation of a sort. They don't belong to a certain country. They don't belong to any of that stuff.
I know, but a lot of countries are artificial. So what's your point though? They still have the principles of a modern country, even if you think they're artificially constructed.
My point is that this is a hijack of the Jewish faith, turning it into a sort of modern nation type of idea where it's not about Torah. It's about some sort of fake ethnicity where they're not really even part of that ethnicity. And it's just it turns the Jews into something that they're not. That's the issue.
Well, I mean, that's like saying people who go to Comic-Con aren't entitled to go to Comic-Con and do whatever they want to do at Comic-Con. I just don't understand why you're wasting time. I know you're not wasting as much time. I'm just saying, if it's all fake and bullshit, why spend so much time talking about how it's fake and bullshit?
Because the whole concept of Israel is a religious concept to begin with. That you are turning it into a secular national concept is a hijacking of the very concept. You are changing something. If I take Islam and I say, well, now I made a country called the Islamic State, and now I say to be a Muslim, you just need to be a citizen of the Islamic State.
I know you.
Then you're just hijacking Islam. That's all you're doing.
I know you.
You are hijacking Islam if you turn it into if you say you have to believe in Muhammad to be a Muslim, that is a hijacking. Just like if you
I'm using an analogy with what happened Judaism and Zionism. That's all.
I know.
You're so anti-Semitic.
It's the same thing for.
I'm a Semite. You're not even a Semite.
It's the same thing for Christianity. Like if you say I don't.
I'm probably white. You're probably white. Really white.
Okay, I'm white.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're white, if he's a nigger. It doesn't matter. All these things don't matter. What matters is that you cannot separate the faith from the group. Whether it be Jews, Muslims, Christians, doesn't matter. It does not matter. You cannot be a Christian who doesn't believe in the crucifixion, resurrection, and etc. You can't be a Muslim if you don't believe Muhammad is a prophet. You cannot be a Muslim. You can't be a Jew if you don't believe in the Torah.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is true, dude.
No, it's not. That's the exception is Judaism.
Oh, but it contradicts itself. How are you going to believe in something that tells you how you became a thing?
The only thing about the Jew is
because it's ancestry. It's like an ancestral.
You're not. You don't have the ancestry.
Yeah, true, but you don't have to believe it. You're still a Jew.
Wait a second, please. Share a common lineage?
Yeah.
You're insane and you haven't looked up
As long as food was contributed to the Irish leprechaun, Ash always got what he wanted. The young master even made a promise to marry Ash. However, the mistress of the house did not care about this promise, and the young master was very cowardly. Ash is sentenced to exile for...
If you are watching this, tomorrow your auntie will talk all day. And
George cannot be descendants of
you can miss the flowers. I sit for hours, telling all the bluebirds, the feeling cougars, ready to the baby. You can miss the flowers. I sit for hours.
And the culture.
Take that away. It tells you
And the culture.
away with the Torah. We don't need the Torah. We are a group of people.
You guys are not.
You're talking about the culture. Dude, what culture?
What culture?
What culture?
What culture?
I don't need anti-Semitic assholes on Clubhouse to tell me
Tell
that
me
you
what
don't have a
culture
culture.
first. What culture, dude? What is the Jewish
Only
culture?
Jews have a culture?
Culture. The Torah.
That's insane.
Oh, there's like so many different types of Jews.
Different types of Jewish cultures, but there are things that bind all Jews together. Which
What is that?
the Torah and other things.
It's the Torah.
And other things too.
Do your lips show which country you're from?
Is rebar necessary for every concrete project?
Everything commercial will be happy. So that's the religious understanding. What
Is this a residential sidewalk?
all these
Do you need rebar? No. Will rebar hurt it?
It's a religion.
No. It's a great product. Exposing illegal tricks car insurance companies use to profit from you. Number one, they are not allowed to ask you for your rates.
I know Jews in real life, man.
Bat dinner. Go to bat mitzvah.
All these are religious practices. All these are religious practices.
Cultural.
No, these aren't cultural. These are religious practices. Is not cultural.
There's activities where there's rituals.
You can do that, yet you still cannot take the Torah out of it.
You can hate Jews all you want. You can't say that Jews don't have a culture. That's just stupid.
It's a religion. It's not a culture.
There is a culture. Jewish people have a culture. Yes, you can't say that. Their own cuisine.
What culture? What food?
What about Iraqi Jews and their food?
That's Iraqi culture. That's Iraqi culture. However, these differences are, that's more in terms of values and beliefs. But we eat the same food, for example. We live in the same
Jewish foods amongst these other cultures.
Okay, and
you can't deny that. That's just
like what? Well, we also have distinct foods as Christians. What does that mean?
Christians have specific foods amongst. Okay, so what names that?
It depends where you're from. I'm Greek.
Like in Iraq.
It's not about Iraq. What you keep saying Iraq. What Iraqi Jew is exclusive to Jews? What Iraqi food was exclusive to
Tibet, I think it's called. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Okay, but that doesn't mean anything because that applies also to the Christians. Yet we don't make these arguments.
Look up Jewish foods and you'll see.
But what Jewish foods? I'm gonna get shawarma and falafel and hummus, and that's what I'm gonna
say. No, you won't. Look up Jewish foods. Like distinct Jewish foods.
Is that what you're? Not just industry. I'm talking everything you are saying applies also to the Christians. It's black culture. French is much more. Look at the foods, for example, that the Greek Orthodox do versus the food that the Orthodox do. So there are differences even between each other in terms of food customs and whatnot. So of
I'm
course
just trying to prove. I don't know why.
Of course we do.
Prove to you that Jews have a culture. I don't need to prove it. I'm trying to. What about Jewish music?
You're just blocking. You're blocking the incoming info. That's all
What
you're
about
doing.
Yiddish? What about that's not in the Torah. What about the way Yiddish is spoken by Jews all over the world?
That's an Ashkenazi Jewish. She's not. She doesn't want to get it. She doesn't.
Language. That's culture.
Which they took from German, which is practically German.
So what? It's still a part of Jewish culture.
But that's still.
It's not in the Torah.
Well,
So food, language, music, art, Jewish art.
There's no conversation.
Jewish art.
There is no conversation. Jewish art.
Jewish family values that are not related to Torah. But
$7.
He creates some art. What is that? Art or Jewish art?
You need to talk to an art expert. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's not how it works. Dude. You're saying, okay, I also know Christian artists from Jerusalem.
That's religion.
Judaism is solely a religion.
No, I just said it's not.
But I'm telling you that's what you want Judaism to be. I'm disputing that.
No, I didn't. education in history would agree with this.
Let's just not talk about it.
Okay,
If you're unable to talk about it, let's just simply not talk
I
about
am
it.
talking about it. I don't think you like
No, you're
what
not.
I'm saying.
I mean,
I disagree with all incoming information. If someone said one
are
thing
more
that I
than
would be like,
welcome.
maybe you're right.
You're more than welcome to disagree with it, dude. There's nothing wrong with you disagreeing with it.
Okay, you can.
I know the Christian artist from Jerusalem. That doesn't mean this art is Christian. Now you insist that when a Jew does an art, it's not Jewish art. If a Jew is an artist and he does a whatever musical, painting, etc., that's not Jewish art. That's art done by a Jew. Huge difference in this, like these two statements. Huge difference. So
Listen, I don't have enough knowledge on art history to really speak on this topic, but I'm guessing
talk about
art
you know I love you
art
like
that exists
Minecraft.
that's not just conservative painting or
You know I love you like McDonald's. But like if you're not
neither of us I feel are,
don't
credited enough to speak on
No, I
Jewish
am
art, but I'm
confident.
sure there are
100%
distinct Jewish aspects to art.
I am 100%.
Characteristics too.
I am 100% confident about it when I say it. Cynic, do you know? Talk about so that I can see here. Yeah, of course. Okay, she's a Christian. Her music is that Christian music? No. Okay, so that's music by a Christian artist. But that is not
Arab music, that's Arab culture.
exactly. So that is it is. So you insist on coining it as Jewish art, but it's not Jewish art. Have that as common ground. I'm not sure we can have a convo about it.
Okay, let's go back to food since art is a little murky because neither
Well,
of
it's
us
the
really
same.
know anything about
Well,
art.
it's the same thing.
Let's go back to food. Okay, then explain tabit, an Iraqi Jewish dish made only by Iraqi Jews. How is that not part of the culture
Then
of
explain
Jews?
burbara. Explain the burbara, which is a Christian dish, but that doesn't mean.
Okay, so then that's
Iraqi chicken and rice. Chicken and rice. Chicken and fucking rice. Are you telling me?
because to agree on yeah, you cooked anything in your life.
What, you think you're the Jews in Iraq
It's
are
the
the
way of
first?
cooking it. Look into it. Read it in the next
What
few
more
lines.
do I need to learn? What is it? Usually something. She's jazz احنا.
Commonalities amongst dishes.
This is just Iraqi culture. That's the whole.
No, it's an Iraqi Jewish dish. You
Well,
would
then
have
you
to
tell me
speak to an
Iraqis
Tabiti
did not
expert
stuff
to
chicken
discuss how it's
and eat with
actually
rice.
cooked, but it's Jewish.
How's it Jewish? It's not exclusively Jewish.
It is. This dish
How?
is Jewish and it's different from other. Look into it more.
It's a whole dish.
I know exactly.
What's the difference?
You'll have to ask an Iraqi Jewish grandmother.
Okay.
Doubt you'll ever come across one, but if you do, ask.
I would love it if you can check the link about we still wouldn't go as far as to say these statements that you say. Check this thing in the link above. Muslims don't have that.
I'm not checking it right now. Hold on.
Well, it's just a dish called burbara, for the saint called burbara. So check, that is a dish we have as Greeks, because Greek Orthodox. The Russian Orthodox don't do this. So we have differences like that with other Orthodox Christians. Muslims don't have this. We still don't
It's before the Sabbath, so on Friday, and it's low, and so it continues to cook until Saturday. So because they're not. Still cooked chicken, still rice. So if you look into, we still have dishes very much the same. Basha, biryani, timmam. So all these things are Iraqi
your differences. Because this thing above is not a different. It's not waiting more to cook something. It's an actual full-on different dish.
There are tons of Jewish dishes. That was one I mentioned that I thought would be a good example, and it is a good example, but you just
No, it's
because
not.
you think there's
No matter there are some things that they had that they did for their own customs. What I'm telling you is the biggest difference you find that they have relative to the other communities they live with will be smaller than the differences we have with the communities we live with. Like 10 times more. So if we Middle Easterners, we go to the West. There's no everything they'll recognize. Everything that host nation recognize. There's nothing there that is wild. Contrast between like Middle Eastern cuisine and like Western cuisine. Culturally, much the same. If you're in Germany, German Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, are pretty much because you're trying to deal with your law or deal with the Sabbath. But that's it. See, that's the problem with Jews is that, well, not Jews, that's the Zionism bit, because Jews don't really believe this shit. That's just the Zionists who are most Jews, unfortunately. But they turned Judaism into that whole nationalistic thing, so they cannot be Iraqi. No, they are Jews, right? Of that, basically, I would say I'm Palestinian. I would say I'm Christian, as if that is a.
and they do that in Israel. They do that. They say I'm Christian Arab. I'm a Christian Israeli. They do that. They do it in Gaza.
Understanding what I'm saying, but maybe you're there are differences between us and Muslims and Jews. But we are not a nation. So I don't have a problem saying I am Palestinian because the way we dress, for example, that Palestinian food, msakhan. We have msakhan. My mom does msakhan. I am Palestinian and I am Christian. The Jew doesn't. Iraqi.
Have you ever felt less
Iraqi and he is Jew.
It goes on
and turned it into something that is Torah free. And now, no, the Jew is not Iraqi. He's a Jew.
The Jew is the Iraqi Jew. Ask Jews how they identify around the world. Are considered Iraqi Jews and not just Iraqi, because they've lived in their own societies with their own cultures and their own ways of life and their own practices. They identify, and therefore they don't matter. As just
their practice of Judaism.
For every other place that
Habibi, I'm not saying not just Iraqis. I'm not saying that. I'm telling you they are Iraqi Jews. Just like I'm a Palestinian Christian. Exactly. But Zionism it changes things here. You can pound it on the
But the idea of Jew
I love you so much. I don't want to call you a nigger. Can you Google it. The modern state. Google the definition by Max Weber. Google it.
They identify.
Okay, so like, don't tell me the word nation today is not the same as the word nation back then.
There is no nation, the word nation in the Torah. It's in Hebrew.
Yes.
They identify. I'm not a Torah expert, so I'm not going to sit here and discuss the intricacies of the Torah with you, but I know that the concept of Zionism is not
This shit's crazy.
I mean, by multiple respect, it's not that hard. If you have an American Christian, you have a rabbi, a Middle Eastern Palestinian Christian. Are you gonna say these two are part of the same nation?
He always tells you the truth every time.
In their own, but they're a nation.
Totally different. God put me in situations and put me in rooms that provided different things for me. And I know, and that's why I continue to do this. And I'm going to continue to do it. I'm going to continue to reach out and touch youth and let them know. You're allowed to go through bumps. It's about how you get up. You're going to always fall, but it's about to come up. It's about to get up. That's what everybody's watching for. They know everybody's going to fall. But when everybody's looking, they want to see, can you handle the adversity to get back up?
Let me add one more thing, if I may. Because what I've noticed from listening to the kids or the young adults, I should say, and also the volunteers and the staff, is a lack of bitterness about what is happening. There may be frustration, but there are adults that come in here every single day, and they are so bitter at people who are trying to do good, at people who are trying to show empathy for others, whether they're being stripped away from their families, losing health care, whatever it is. They are bitter against those people. But the people here tonight, the young adults, they're not bitter. They're more hopeful. And that gives me hope for this country too. So thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you for saying that. That's quite a compliment. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
He kicks it from the room. He's sitting there telling how everybody comes in there, they're all better. I'm like, you fucking Scotty, you're better.
Stop. You could say something that I said. So again, I said that if you don't like being in America, then go back to Africa.
Tell United States and all them other Europeans to get the fuck out of Africa and I'll go back. Okay, and the reason
Clockwork Orange, Alexander, I forget his name, and Helen Mirren, and it was about the reign of the Roman Emperor Caligula, and it featured massive amounts of little people's X-rated, intercut with drama. Yeah.
Nice.
And then lots of really violence, like multiple people getting their heads caught by a thresher, and like a bunch of Roman noblemen watching me.
Done? So again, you guys want? No. What I'm saying is, if the God that all of you want to
All of you.
Anybody that wants to posit a God for a reason for anything is existing. If there is a God that is the reason for anything is existing, and you want to call that God all good, it is not possible for anything to be not good to exist if that God exists.
Yeah, that doesn't follow.
Wait. How?
That doesn't
Wait.
unless it's
Concrete.
God,
How?
brother.
Wait. Concrete. How?
If God were to make something corruptible, then obviously it could be degraded over time, such that it is not the same quality as God.
Let me ask you guys this: Is it true? Wait, hold on. Is it true that if God creates a being, is it true that if God is good and He creates something, right, that is good, that it cannot be perfect as God is? It cannot display perfect goodness as God. Okay, so if it cannot display perfect goodness as God is, no matter what He creates, it's not going to be the level of good that you guys are putting on God to His creations. You can't say that God is good and everything He makes is good. No, He would only make God to make something that is perfect in goodness. Otherwise, it can be good in one thing and bad in another thing.
The argument is even more powerful than that. The argument is even more powerful than that. The argument is, if the God that we are talking about is the originator of all possible conceptual content.
Talking about y'all, right? This is what, like, talking about y'all.
Right. So if everything,
there's a common theme, and I don't know what it is. I'm gonna figure it out.
if everything,
No solutions. They're only here constipated, and they want to make us all constipated.
Right.
hold on. Thank you. Go on, you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Aren't buying the 400 years anymore. And I've said this before. Carmelo Anthony raised, what, $550?
That was a lynching. That was a lynching.
Yeah.
Austin Metcalf, that was a modern lynching.
And Shiloh Hendricks.
Grab me a fucking river, white man.
Yeah, well,
Grab me a river. Fucking fool. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Your white here, get the fuck out of here. I'm not buying that shit. Get the fuck out of here.
It was a lynching. Okay, but Dunn, what you need to pay attention to is Shiloh Hendricks has raised over almost $800,000.
That just tells me what America's always been. I'm not shocked at that. That's who you are. I'm not shocked.
Well,
You are.
well, why are you allowing these racists is that what
They're not running our stage. We're listening to dissenting opinions.
well, if it tells you what America
That's the question. Who invented that? People want to own everything. Who invented something like this? Was it the black man or the white man that said something like this? The black man take it.
I can't be
But
heard
which man wants to argue with another man and say something? Who made that?
Okay, well,
Who invented that one? White man?
Wait. Okay, listen, Cool Runnings. Okay, chill out. All right, go. Chill out.
That tells you, thank you, Dr. Adams. If that tells you that that's what America's been all about, and slavery in America was the worst thing in the world, well, thank you for the compliment. That
you got
means
slaves on the money. What are you talking
that
about?
means Americans
Slaves
were
on the money.
Done. What are you doing? What are you
that
doing?
means is America was the best country in the world for slavery. And do you really want to fuck with those motherfuckers? Okay?
Yes,
Do you
because they're
really
having to
want
water
to do
down.
that?
They're not even
I
white.
mean, you're
They're
talking
the white,
out of
they're not
your
even white.
ass.
The
Okay,
color
if
lines
you
are off
really
your
believe
hue.
that,
You're
I
not
don't
white and
believe
yellow.
that.
You look like the same
But,
people in
you
the
know,
world.
I don't believe that. But this
Okay,
whole
look at
Wait, Miss, hold on. Alan, pause for a second. Miss Cleo, okay? You need to go on mute, okay? You need to stop interrupting these people on
You're
stage.
going to call me Winnie Mandela, not no Cleo, because if I was a
All right, listen, Miss Cleo, okay? You can call me now, okay? But again, you're not going to interrupt. Right. You're not going to interrupt people on my stage. Otherwise, you can sit in the. Okay. Thank you.
When can Nathan go? Nathan wants to
Go ahead, Nathan.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, I mean, all right, Adam. I just came to the room a few minutes ago. And what were you talking about? 400 years of what slavery, right? How America needs to pay it. That's the topic, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, what's the argument? Of course, they owe money to slaves, Jim Crow people who've been in Jim Crow, right? Am I like the only person who think that?
Well, let me ask you a question. Where is this money coming from?
Where did the money come from? You said money to Ukraine.
Well,
like, where did the money come from? Like, that's the stupid thing. I mean, to be honest, I don't say stupid
we
things.
can talk about Ukraine.
Okay, so Dominique.
We can talk about Ukraine. But I asked you, where is this money coming from that you think you deserve?
I had that one viewer and
Yo actually still believe.
So you really I didn't ask about your grandfather. I'm asking you. Where is this money coming from?
So let me help you. If I'm driving down the street, right, and I run your lawnmower and kill her, the insurance or any money pays for your next appointment. Alright, kindergarten? Are we in kindergarten? We don't know. Of course. And the country.
No, Dominique. So who pay taxes? Don't black people pay taxes?
We all pay taxes, Dominique.
So that means I have to pay you. That means I have to pay you.
Your broke ass that can't pay me.
For work that you've never done.
that means I have to pay.
Hold on, Dominique. What you're not gonna do, hold on, Dominique, I'm defending you right now. What you're not gonna do, bro, is you're not gonna insult a veteran on my stage, okay? I'm talking, Dominique, I'm defending you, okay? So again, yeah, you definitely don't sound like a veteran. So at the end of the day, Nathan, you're not gonna sit here and disrespect somebody who fought. This is my country. You're not gonna sit here and do that.
And what did you do for the vets that came back?
Wait. Don, wait. Let me say this. Both my grandfathers, on both sides of my family, served in World War II. This is my kingdom come. When you see my name, look into my eyes. It's where my demons are. I didn't serve.
Yeah, my daddy served. So again, at the end of the day, Operation Desert Storm. My daddy served as well. My daddy was. So at the end of the day, you're talking about some shit down the road. You're talking about some shit down the fucking road. So at the end of the day, and my daddy served. And again, at the end of the day, I have family that's still serving, both in the military and in Congress. So you're not going to sit there and disrespect a fucking veteran on my stage. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it.
Don, wait. You call people monkey? Don. Get the fuck out of here.
You as a specific monkey did not fight for this country, so I'm going to protect our fucking
Let me finish. So if we supposed to protect veterans, which I agree, right? Shouldn't we all give them you popping up the mic. If any veterans and their families didn't get full benefits, shouldn't we pay those men the full benefits that they're due? Adam?
Yeah, we should stop giving to DEI projects. So why don't we pull funding from HBCUs and let's pay the veterans?
Okay, so let me repeat.
So no. Process to cut down legal expenses and pay the veterans.
If you have selective
No, I don't have selective hearing. You're not getting a response.
Hey, mister.
I think you told me you have to
I think one of the quickest ways to explain people that think like y'all do is the DEI. I think that really exposes how ignorant y'all are and how very much so knowledge that you have. Because when you speak about explain to me DEI and explain to me how I'm against it. Because usually when I run into people who are so adamant against DEI, they know absolutely fucking nothing about it. And this is what I'm talking about. When you listen to I'm gonna say this again. When you listen to racist people, they say the dumbest fucking shit of all the people. All you have to do is listen to them. Now I'm gonna listen. On your march, get ready, and say, go. Explain DEI to me.
DEI is having a foot cooking ass collard greens in the bathtub, foot cooking ass Indian, checking a box and telling Black America that we need to accept this person as a precedent for Black.
Can we get a serious from somebody who thinks like him? Hold on, can we get a serious? Hold up for a second. Can we get a serious response from somebody that actually thinks the way he does, but want to offer up a more serious response?
They're going to give you the same answer.
I don't think anybody's disagreeing with Adam's done. And just
Yeah, okay, that's not what we responded to, man. I'm not gonna respond to that shit. Man, get the fuck out of here with that one.
I looked up this whole issue of black vets being denied. And first I looked up the percentages, and it said 61 versus 71. That's the difference between black and white vets. So then I looked up the total number of black veterans who were denied. And it came back saying, well,
we can't really determine the total number of vets, black vets, that were denied compared to the total number of whites. So then I asked, well, how can you calculate a percentage if you don't have the actual numbers? And they said, well, it's speculation. So that whole line of narrative that black vets were denied,
Tomorrow's the day.
You're a black vet in World War II. Was your black grandfather in World War II, Alan? They came back from Jim Crow.
I don't know. We're talking about the statistics. We're talking about the
Can I break it down? That's like
I'll break it down. There's no actual number. Whether my racial background or if I had someone in the family who was in World War II is irrelevant to the numbers. We're talking about mathematics here. We're talking about statistics. So whether you had a grandfather in it or not.
Listen. This is not the conversation that I'm used to having at the country club, okay? Allow a person to finish speaking, and then you can respond behind them, right? This is not World Star Radio. Go ahead, Alan.
Well, that's the whole point. I mean, you bring up a thing about that Dominique fought, is a veteran and fought for this country. And instead of saying, oh, yes, you're right, I won't disparage him because he is a vet and he made a sacrifice, it immediately pivots to, oh, well, but black people were denied benefits. It has, how about, I won't disrespect him, I won't attack him personally, and I'll go back to addressing the actual point of the debate. How about we do that? That's the point.
Okay, let me say this, right, so you can comprehend it. It's just like when Nazi Germany was fighting the war.
Hold on, let me ask a question. Why are black people... Hold on. Why are black people so preoccupied with Nazi Germany? Can you maybe give me some type of insight as to why black people are so preoccupied with Nazi Germany?
Who said that we are?
Well, I mean, you have Kanye. No, it's really not, because you have a Kanye running around in freaking Klan hoods and swastikas, and for some reason, Black America thinks that this is the answer. This is the answer to be heard.
So you have a black person doing that thing that you just described, and that turns into black people in general. Typical white motherfucking bullet talking point. Oh, here's a black person doing something.
Who's a white person?
It's for all black people.
Who's a white person?
Whatever.
I'm white, you know.
You think like them. I'm calling you white. Hold up. You think like them, so I'm calling you that.
Because I started college at 15, and I actually, made something of my life, and I actually articulate American English. That makes me a white person.
No, your talking points, like what you just said with Kanye, that's a white talking point. Oh,
no, it's not a white talking point.
That is. This idea that a lot of black people follow Kanye. I have you know that a lot of black people think that dude is batshit fucking crazy. What are you talking about? You know nothing about the black community, sir. Why don't you sit down and think African American history, sir? Take a course in African American history and learn yourself something. All right? And listen what
I took courses in African American studies. So again, at the end of the day, you're not going to have your gotcha moment that you think that you're going to have.
It's not a gotcha moment. I'm just telling the truth. And one quick thing about World War II. You do understand why you up here with all this patriotism, and there's a person who fought for this country. You need to respect them. You do understand.
You're damn fucking right. You damn fucking right. Because again, if it wasn't for the sacrifices of veterans, your monkey ass would be sitting on a fucking app in a free country. You would be speaking German or Russian or probably Arabic. So at the end of the day, right.
fought for the right, so I swing around and treat. Hold up, sis, I need to say this. Hold up, sis, I need to say this. Sis, I need to say this real quick. Hold up, sis, I need to say this real quick. You fought, and you can go right ahead, sis, I promise. You fought for the right that I can, so I can swing around in trees in America. Okay, I understand that, but you do know that during that.
So stop throwing bananas at white people. That's all we're asking.
Wait.
Stop throwing bananas at white people.
Wait. I want to say this. You do know during that war, that during that war, when America was supposedly fighting the enemy, Germany, this big enemy, okay, in the mess hall, to POWs from Germany, can sit in the mess hall with American white soldiers and eat at the same table with them, but black American soldiers couldn't sit at the table with them. So this is a white man honoring a white man. So you can miss me with your patriotic bullshit, because at the end of the day, you motherfucking white folk will fight amongst each other. I'll give you that.
Listen, I will pay for your ticket back to Africa. I will literally pay for your ticket back to Africa. If you are so upset, then go back to Africa.
Don, ask him where your grandparents from, Adam, so we can understand. Where your grandparents from?
Antarctica.
Don't fall for it, Dr. Adams. Hi, this is John, Dr. Adams. We've been going at this for quite a while. If you could put me in the queue. Thanks, Dr. Adams.
So you're ashamed of your grandparents, right? You're so ashamed you couldn't even tell us.
What a waste of time, Dr. Nathan. Come on.
Chances are he has 4 fingers, 2 toes, doesn't look like human. I'm not laughing at him. He could be an alien on the other side.
Okay, let him answer the question. Adam, where are your grandparents from?
I told you, Antarctica.
So you ashamed from where they come from? And
no, I'm
ashamed? Why would you be ashamed of being an Antarctican? It's very rare to be Antarctican.
Because he keeps on calling us monkeys and stuff like that. Adam, maybe you're an alien. It's okay.
He's an Antarctican, Lady Gaia. Nathan, he's an Antarctican. It's very rare to be an Antarctican.
Oh, Nathan, I get it. He's upset. Oh, okay, I get it. Adam's upset.
Well, I know Antarcticans and they...
Hey, I think I get it. He's upset because the other Native American people, the white man shit on the land. So he calls on black people because he couldn't fucking muscle up enough to get the land back from the white man. Oh, I get it. And you know what? I understand, Adam. You know what? I apologize. I'm sorry for you, man. I'm sorry for you, man.
Examples, and then once you that's why you need to learn who you're talking to, where they come from, their history, their lineage, right? So we can learn where this stuff is coming from.
I don't think you want to go down that road.
Yeah, I just did, and you're too ashamed to admit where your family.
No, I just don't want to be accused of owing you reparations.
No, it's really pathetic. Yeah, you fundamentally don't have examples, and then when you get love skills to think that love is love. You
ED pills fail.
Of course they owe.
After all, I started college at 15, so.
Well, let me just say this. If you're in a country, right, it's horrific things, you have to pay back reparations, you have a choice. You can leave another country, you don't have to pay. You don't have to pay anything. You don't have to pay anything. Right? So then go back to Africa. If you don't want to pay the debt of $27 billion right now in this country, you can leave. Anybody can leave and go to a different country with no debt. You can go. You can go back to Alaska, wherever you come from, Antarctica, Canada, wherever you want to come from. We all can go back. That's your choice. But you also have a choice to challenge things in the government too, as well, and demand certain things.
Why do you want to be around people that you hate?
I don't hate. Who do I hate?
These people are so not they're around people that they hate because again, they have their moment putting them in perceived politically the right place. That's all it comes down to, Matt. It's a narcissism.
You know what makes me feel pain? When those small content creators
towards a certain group who has the wrongdoings.
You're acting like a monkey. So again, if you're throwing bananas, they're performing like you're at the zoo. I'm gonna call you a monkey. Between a black person and a monkey. Okay? There is a difference. There is a difference.
A monkey is a black person that doesn't agree with what you say. That means you're projecting, like the guy Matt. Say you, like, no, you came on and said they're narcissists and they really hate. All I've heard from you is hate. I've done nothing but state facts, my man.
White man, I don't hate you. Monkeys are my favorite animal. If I could own a monkey.
Man, don't you know that Dr. Adams runs a comedy show? This is a comedy show. You fall and prey to his comedy routine. He's a fisherman and you just a fish. He's a spider and you just a fly in his web of despair and projection.
Antarctica is one of the 50 states. The white man took your land.
No, it's not.
It is. Antarctica is not even. Wait, is it one of the 50 states? I thought Hawaii and Antarctica were part of 50 states.
Alaska.
See if I'm saying that wrong. Alaska.
That's right, and that's why I called you a monkey.
Yeah.
That's why I called you a monkey. Just to be clear. That is why I called you a monkey.
Wait a minute. Because I had a memory lapse. You called me a monkey, sir? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay? Like I said,
You should be in memory care. You should be in an old folks home in memory care.
I'm looking at Antarctica in my mind, but I was thinking about Alaska. Listen, your state, Alaska, which you come from, is part of the 50, what we call that's the Lord for you. You're part of the 50
No,
states.
I said that I'm indigenous to Antarctica. You're the one who's talking about Alaska.
Antarctica.
There you
I
go.
know people in Antarctica. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Done. He's lying. He's lying.
I mean, listen, I don't know if he is or he isn't. I don't know.
Here we
Listen, if you look at his profile picture, it's like an AI generated type of photo.
Yeah, I know that's a bullshit photo.
He's more Hispanic than anything. Or
I know the Latinos. There's a big hate for black people in the Latino community. I know that.
Yeah, so he don't want to admit where he's from to showcase where he's from, right? But Adam, let me ask you this: did you think Jim Crow was wrong? The Jim Crow laws that we had in this country was wrong? This is yes or no?
Killed off now over by Arabians, but
Adam,
it's okay.
Adams, answer the question.
I'm sorry. Do I think that Jim Crow was wrong?
Yeah, the laws that was implemented by the government was wrong.
I mean, I think that some of the laws are wrong.
Were they harmful?
No.
So it didn't stop financial progress for a certain group and block certain financial progress.
No, because again, Black Wall Street existed during Jim Crow. Did it not?
So okay.
Hold on, don't skip past that.
You're right.
There you go.
What happened to it? What happened to Black Wall Street? Hold on, I got this. So Black Wall Street.
We was kings.
That Black Wall Street did exist, but compared to the rest of America, it still didn't really make a big dent in wealth. Total overall, it wasn't like it was like an oil field in Texas, right? It wasn't like a big state where we had all this oil and diamonds and mining. Come on, bro. Like, let's be for real.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. My great grandparents on my black side, they were all in college around that time. So,
you're lying.
How am I lying?
You're lying.
How am I lying?
Adam, you're lying.
How am I lying?
He's a Latino.
How am I lying?
He's a Latino. Latinos are what? Black, Spanish, Asian.
What the hell? This is crazy.
I grew up with all black people here in Atlanta. I know black people when I hear it, and you're not black. And it's kind of.
I don't live in Atlanta.
He is black.
I don't live in Atlanta.
I
don't live in Atlanta.
He's telling other black people what they are.
That motherfucker ain't black.
It's crazy. Yeah, I just said you did.
That motherfucker ain't black. He don't give a damn what you say. That
You kind of
motherfucker ain't
sound
black.
white. I don't know what you're talking about.
That motherfucker ain't black. He don't care what you
You know what's crazy?
He proved the point.
Both sets of my grandparents, great
A
grandparents,
lot of
and
black
grandparents,
people do that too.
all college educated. Isn't that crazy?
My grandfather's college educated too. What is that supposed to mean?
Great.
College education. My
Well, unfortunately, sir, unfortunately, my grandmother, hold on, unfortunately, my great
He
grandmother.
said, what is that supposed to mean?
No, that's not stupid.
Unfortunately, sir, my great grandmother on my mother's side.
This is crazy. This is so crazy.
Unfortunately,
I'm actually not making stupid comments. Like, this is wild.
You're making a comment to illustrate your stupidity. And that's really sad. If you're college educated, right, and you can't comprehend what reparations are, where it came from, and how it's implemented, then
it's a scam and it's actually illegal. It's no, hold on. It's illegal.
Explain it to this guy.
Reparations are illegal.
Why waste your time?
They're illegal. They're illegal. The Equal Protection Clause, 14th Amendment. So why don't you refer back to that? Why don't you refer back to that? You know, I have a few in my family. So again, I have a few in my family. Thank you.
You don't even know how.
So let's talk about the fact that, you know, reparations are illegal.
Who was it?
You sound crazy.
Fat, fugly.
How are they not illegal? When you talk about the Equal Protection Clause in the Constitution, when you okay, so then white people need to be paid reparations as well.
That's that money. That's reparations.
This is absolutely insane. This is crazy. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Like, I didn't know the EBT office was open on a Sunday. Okay, but I will say this. Okay. The Equal Protection Clause under our Constitution negates the entitlement nor the legal pathway for fair reparations to be rendered to certain groups of people just based on their race. So again, if you want to argue with the Founding Fathers and the Constitution. You sound stupid.
Wait. Hold on for a second.
You sound stupid.
Wait, I got a clear case. I got a case study for you right quick. So we don't have to speculate, okay? I'm in Illinois. This is a good example. I'm in Illinois. I stay in Chicago. I stay on the north side of Chicago. Okay? If I jump on the train.
Well, then, Matt, are you hearing this? Are you hearing this, Matt? The school system down there is trash.
Wait, let me help you.
Illinois, not Illinois.
Yeah, there you go.
Let me help you though. Okay, thanks for the correction on pronouncing the name perfectly correct. I appreciate that. Can I get to the damn study though? Okay, let me help you. There's a suburb, if you will. We call it like a suburb. It's called Evanston. Okay.
A suburb?
Yeah, listen. It's called Evanston.
Is that made by Chevy or Cadillac?
Oh my fucking God, my man. Would you just like fucking cool it for a second? Listen, that's Evanston. Here's the thing. Evanston just recently paid their black residents reparation because they acknowledged the harm did through when they were through government policies of denying these people houses, denying them loans, etc., which set these people back generations. But here's the key to it. I agree with you. Doing it on the base of race brings all types of legal cases to courts where it's going to get tied up in the legal and it'll be years and decades. But you know what Evanston did? Because it's a great case. They structured it in a way where it wasn't based on race, but yet they still mitigated, okay, and as best they could, recompense.
The fuck are you talking about? It's all based on race, and they're using cannabis sales tax to do wealth redistribution. They're just a bunch of fucking communists.
So again, if you're in Chicago, hold on. If you're in Evanston, you need to follow John. John is actually running for Congress in the state of Illinois. So, shout out to John. But here's what I will say. You're actually proving my point. White people would otherwise be eligible for reparations. And I realistically think that they should be. They should be. White people should be eligible for reparations.
White people for reparations. White people for reparations. White people for reparations. White people for reparations. White people for reparations. White people for reparations.
John, come on. You're not following the rules of the house. All right, come on. You're going to Congress, bro.
And you
so again,
slave owners will pay reparations, right?
Well, and they should be. Because again, their business was. You got a PPP loan. So why should slave owners not be paid reparations for the loss of their capital?
It's fucking slavery, fool.
But you got a PPP loan. You literally got a PPP loan. Like, what are y'all talking about?
The PPP loan was the reparations.
Wait. So what is the difference between getting a PPP loan as you as a black American and those? Hold on, I can't even finish a question. What is the difference? What is the
insults? He just throwing out insults and trying to.
What is the difference
Dr.
between
Adam,
getting
I thought you were black.
a PPP? I am black.
What are you talking
I
about?
don't just play one on television. Like, I am black. Like, hello?
He's black.
Are y'all okay?
What's going on?
He's black, but he
Are y'all okay?
white supremacy too.
It's called white supremacy. What are you talking about?
It's called comedy, Nathan. You just don't understand a good comedian when you hear one.
This is offensive.
Taking over your country. Those refugees that Biden took in through our code.
Wait, it's called a paycheck protection program. Matt,
the all mute button, please.
Matt, you have one non-black parent, and this is what they do. This is what these monkeys do.
So it's like
if you want to talk about racism that I've experienced in
part of my
life,
routine
it's been mainly towards
is
black
to come out here every night and check the habitat. Right now I got
Mainly
if
from
you
black
ever
people.
hear the big habitat by itself because it's breeding season and I'm not gonna let him have puppies with his girlfriend this year. So I was petting on his head and I took off my glove. So
I will never forget the day.
so I could scratch him. Well, not scratching him, he's big and sneaky. He's got a hole in one of my gloves now. He's not trying to take it very hard.
This is where you kidding me? Like, are y'all kidding me? Are y'all fucking kidding me? So then, no, you are the most racist group of people on this app.
Yo, y'all actually still believe in gravity? Just walk on a wall, man. This is. Yo. I won't get lost in clouds. I see the
Thank you. Do you know, is this your stop line?
Yeah,
Okay. I appreciate you. We're testing it and finding out right now. Okay, so this is somebody else's favorite restaurant. We're going to use this new water tester I got off time and just see how bad their water is. It might be good, actually. Okay, that's 100% tap water, if not worse. This is exactly why you need to be testing your water before you drink it, no matter.
Here's the perfect way to manage your time. Have you ever heard of the 8+8+8 rule? Distribute your... Here's the perfect way to...
But it's not our problem that y'all all had the same talking points, though. So you can try to act like, oh no, we have independent minds and think differently.
Here's the perfect way to manage your time. Have you ever heard of the 8+8+8 rule? Distribute your 24 hours into 3 parts to create a balanced life. 8 hours of hard work, 8 hours of good sleep, 8 hours for the 3 F's.
We're tired of it.
You can have
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's really how you feel. All right. I'm out of here.
No, you don't want to listen. You don't want to listen to what I'm
You just
specifically talking about.
in your room who called me a nigga. You understand me?
Who called you that?
Why was he here?
Nobody called you that.
Nigga.
Who called
That's
you that?
crazy.
Who called you that?
Oh my God. Why would he call you that? Pepe. Yes. Why? What do you ask me? Why would he call me that? That's crazy to even ask that question.
You motherfuckers find out everything.
What's your favorite color?
What you're not changing, you're choosing.
She's not changing.
Nobody called
What's your favorite color?
What's in this room? I would like you to stay and participate. However, the Pepe hate is crazy. Like, Pepe is literally my cousin on the white side.
What you're not changing, you're choosing.
Pepe's a West Coaster just like me. And, you know, Pepe and I share blood. So at the end of the day, y'all are not going to sit here and continue to
Relationships, your body, your health.
First of all, hold up here. Hold up. Let me say something. Dr. Adams, I never said he called me that in this space. You gotta listen.
I just wanted to be sure. I just wanted to be sure.
No,
There was
he
a lot
did
of
not
people
call me that in
interrupting
this
you.
space.
There was a lot of people interrupting you. So again,
Yeah.
I did not hear the full extent of what you were saying.
No, he did not call me that in this space. He called me that in another space, his own space, his own house. So, yes.
Why bring it up in here and he's on mute?
Yeah,
No, goddamn, 2 years ago, like 3 or 4 months ago. Okay, I can't speak in here. Y'all need some kind of decorum.
acting at the time when he said
No, would you all allow her to speak?
What I'm letting you know, Dr. Adams, is some of the points that you're making, like if you're telling me you're friends with Pepe, like I just can't take you seriously because you expected me to the point. Okay, well I'm sorry. I don't know.
Pepe gives me hate for racism.
Yeah, he probably does.
Effortless elegant.
If you press that button, you will receive $1 million.
You get it back and you get back the fuck up. We're gonna do whatever we want to do.
I've heard this man come in the most spaces. I could care less about getting removed by the fucking room. Man, and you ought to know me.
Man,
Then I ain't finna
but I can be.
Rob, ain't nobody gonna know I ain't about to. Ain't nobody gonna. That's what I'm saying. I don't give
The fucking racist though. Like this is nothing new.
And so are all of you.
It's not racist.
Stop trying to be black supremacists.
Saying people are racist.
But you know what? I've sat in so many rooms where black people were just chilling and talking shit about white people, referring
So
to them.
what? We got a right to.
Okay, and white people have a right to talk about you too. And white people have the right to give you the same energy back. So, you know, and so it's okay for the white people to do it too. You know, it's okay.
Y'all
I see
listen
they got you on retainer. They got your ass on retainer. I
Guess
see.
what? I'm biracial too.
You're on fucking retainer.
Nobody's on retainer. Nobody is on
biracial, girl.
Nobody is
You're just mad. We're getting all the jobs.
I heard you fine.
Okay, now I'm gonna use the mute all button. Nobody's on retainer. Pepe is my cousin. I'm gonna, support my fam. So it is what it is.
That
Y'all
bitch
can
in the
continue
audience.
that.
I still have the same name, bitch. Why don't you come on stage and get beat the fuck up instead of trolling?
Let's get back on topic. Illegal aliens and due process. Let's discuss it.
I heard mom was fine in the motherfucking. I ain't never heard her talk like she just spoke just now.
And
Come back
bring
with
your
that
ass on stage and don't be a fucking
I ain't down
chump.
with it, bro. I ain't
Be a
down
chump
with
in the
that.
audience.
Rob, ain't black weed, Rob.
I agree with you, Nathan. I agree.
What is this room about? Let's not focus on mine. Rob, what kind of problem do you got with the illegal aliens and due process? Let's discuss.
Okay, so I just want to say, Mon was finer than Cassie back in the day. I'm just gonna say that. Throw it out.
I heard she's still
Shout out to Mon. Yeah, Mon is still fine.
Yeah,
Mon, I've been trying to get Mon to go on the Beverly Hills Housewives, but she won't do it.
Mom's swig.
That's what the word on the streets is. She's finer than she was when she was younger. That's what I done heard.
Wait a minute.
Flattery will get you nowhere.
There are two biracials on the stage. Do you kiss dogs in the mouth like your white half does?
See, look, man, this is what I do tonight. I'm gonna do something that I rarely do.
And guess what? Guess what? I put raisins in my potato salad. Okay, so at the end of the day, yes, I do. And when I go to Subway, I ask for extra mayo. Okay, so
I tell y'all
listen,
man,
this is not a gotcha moment.
potato salad from somebody that made
I don't
it in
know the
Texas.
mayonnaise, fam.
I'm talking about
I'm a
Northeast Texas.
mayonnaise fan.
That's the only place you should be eating potato salad from, man. And tonight, I'm gonna try to do something different. Instead of attacking y'all, we gonna find commonalities tonight as Americans. And we ain't gonna just shit on each other just for one night. Cause
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't like you either. But again, you know, at the end of the day,
just for the night.
when it comes to Americans,
I ain't got nothing in common with a cracker, fam. I like you and a cracker ain't got nothing in common with each other.
You wouldn't be mad if one of the white people said they ain't got nothing in common with any of you niggas.
Hey, you don't understand. When I came in this room, I was called a nigga by at least 3 people. That shit didn't move me. I don't know who called you that, man. Who called you that? I never heard that.
Screaming, sir.
Have you called me a nigga?
I ain't gonna. I said I wasn't gonna attack nobody.
Yes, he did.
I'm gonna leave it at that.
Nobody called you that.
So you did, and you called him a monkey and took me to Africa and everything. You were so mean as a mom.
That's not the same as the N-word.
My thing is, a lot of these Latinos out here, they use the N-word so much like it's theirs. They need to start saying wetback.
Well, you know, blame Kobe Bryant. Blame Kobe Bryant.
Okay. Honky donkey.
I accidentally followed that.
They call you a nigger, you say, okay, nigger. You're a nigger.
The peanut gallery got a room on Clubhouse.
Come on, Rob. You love me, man. Come on.
Which one of you niggas is Charlie Brown in this motherfucker? Who's Charlie Brown up in this motherfucker?
Don, I ain't no Charlie Brown, but I'm gonna tell you something that I did tonight, Don. Just cause you seem like somebody that's similar to me. And you a man that like barbecue, right?
Of course.
Man, look here, man. I wanna tell y'all, if y'all come to Houston, Texas, I got the best fried rice in Houston, soul fried rice. I'm in Southwest Houston. But tonight I took it to a
Oh,
level.
fuck no. They're racist. Oh my God. I would never go to Houston. Never again.
Fried rice on the barbecue grill.
Again, they are so fucking racist.
That's all I'm gonna tell you.
I literally saw a sign on the 10 freeway that said, if you're a nigger, do not get off the freeway. I'm telling you, I'm never, ever going to Texas. I'm telling you, ever again. You just saw Adam. No, but seriously, on the 10 freeway.
Represented my scene.
No, but on the 10 freeway,
was closer
on the 10 freeway,
Louisiana, wasn't it?
right, exactly.
Yeah,
so,
that's
I
not
think
Houston, brother.
I think it was Whitesville. I think it was Whitesville.
Somewhere around here. Somewhere around there, like at the border of Louisiana and Texas.
Oh my God, they're so racist. I would never go back there.
It's known.
Oh my God, I thought I was going to be lynched.
Represent my city.
Man, I literally thought I was going to be lynched.
And we need Alan to hear what you're saying right now, Adam, because he tried to make that case earlier that, black people attacking white people. You're talking about a fucking state you'd never go back to because you're worried about being lynched in 2025.
Yeah, but those are Latinos.
I don't give a damn.
Well,
it's
like I said, you're not going to have a gotcha moment with me. So again, those are Latinos. Those were Latinos.
I don't care. I know the Latino community is very fucking racist against black people, sir.
Latinos in California too, believe me. We have experience there.
I got a controversial.
What are you even talking about? I don't understand what you're saying at all.
I got a controversial.
Wait, y'all talking over each other. One mic.
No, I got a controversial opinion, seriously. Most black people, when I said this to them, like, they got to kind of give me a chance to explain. But take away historical treatment of each other, of the groups. White and black Americans got far more in common than we'll ever want to admit. Even the racist white folks and even us that's wild, whatever. I'm going to tell you, and our commonalities are things kind of simple, food. Think about this. Out of all the groups in America, you have Asian markets, you have Hispanic markets, you have African markets. Now, you might have grocery stores that are in the white community that might have a few different things in some of the grocery stores in our food deserts. But we eat the same food,
the same God. We definitely speak the same language. And I had this thought before I even came on this app. This app reinforced the last one that we got a very narrow-minded worldview. And I'm saying this as black and white folks because we have a view of American exceptionalism, and we tend to think that we better than everybody else. Like, that might be true, it might not.
We are better than everybody else. There's no thinking.
I wouldn't say that we're better than anybody else. I would say that our country, the idea of our country, I would say that and that's what I was about to get to. The idea of our Constitution, the idea of what America could be, yeah, it's great. You see it in the fact that people is dying to get over here, but the realities of America is not the same for everybody. It would be unfortunate. Is that I land on this, and a lot of people in this room, you guys, I've heard you, and again, I'm not attacking people at this stage, but I've heard y'all discredit plenty of black people's legitimate concerns about being an American and being black and an American, and it's unfair to discount these things, and it's actually un-American, and I'll land on that.
Well, you know, I have
Wait. James, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let you speak. I'm guilty of that, and I'll tell you why I'm guilty of that, Rob. And I'll tell you why one of my frustrations with Black America is the lack of accountability, right? And the shift as far as the trajectory aim of a lot of arguments in Black America, mainly not geared towards equality, but more so geared towards revenge. And that is some shit that I'm not with, especially being a mixed race person. So I'm guilty of that myself, 100%. As a man, I can take accountability for that, and I'm telling you why.
Let me say this. Hold on, James. Let James speak.
What I was going to say real quick is that I have a brother that talks very similar to you, right? And he asked the same question, why don't people take me seriously? And the answer is you cannot expect old white ladies and old white men or just regular white people or regular people at all in general to accept the way that you speak and act culturally as something that it has nothing to do with you being black as the reason why you were down or et cetera, et cetera. It has to do with the way that you present yourself to the world around you. Look at me, for example. I could talk like you, and it wouldn't do fucking shit for me. But instead I talk like this, I wear a suit, and I display myself with intention, with purpose. And that gives me success in life. If you do the same, you will also have that success.
So are you saying because my accent... No, hold on. Are you saying because my accent that I don't speak correctly or something?
Well, I have a question. Do you think with your accent that you should be hired inside, like, let's say, the governor's mansion? That when we pull up on here, hey, what's going on, dog? No, that's this retarded shit he's talking about.
Now, see, this is
let me say something. Are you serious?
Let me say something.
That's a professional way to be taken inside the
society. Real quick. First off, the fact that you guys have decided to weaponize language and weaponize somebody's accent.
No. Don't pretend that all black people talk like you. They do not. I just told you I have a white brother who sounds just like you, and he is in the same disadvantage as you with his.
Okay, so again, we're not going to sit here.
I didn't say I was disagreeing.
Hold on. Okay, we're not going to sit here. We're not going to sit here and pretend like people that carry their words do not have a different position in their outcome in employment. Okay, we're not going to pretend that that's not the case.
Let me say this: I ain't never had a problem getting a job. And to be quite honest, none of you are paying me.
Neither have I.
To quote unquote change how I need to speak. Yeah. So I'm not going to change how I speak, especially.
I think he was just
especially in this.
Rob, he's talking about in general. We're not making.
No, because I think.
No. Rob comes into every space and always got an opinion.
That language in America has been weaponized against black people to the point where black people even do it to themselves.
But this isn't an issue of language. It's linguistics.
Weaponization of language.
Linguistics and language are two different things. If you study linguistics, you would understand that Southern people actually speak closer to how English is supposed to be spoken. So you would know that then. So anybody that would speak like that.
Wait, hold on.
racism, bro.
No, that's because a proper presentation
That's
and proper
racism.
business acumen.
No,
Wait a minute.
if I came, let's say this, Adams. Let me say this, Adams. If I spoke to you like this, I said, "Hi, I'm Robert Gillette. Pleasure to meet you." Are you gonna respect me anymore? Than me saying, "Hi, I'm Robert Gillette. Nice to meet you." Man, get the fuck out of here, man.
I didn't hear a
Stop
difference.
that.
Right.
Stop that.
I didn't hear a difference.
There's a clear difference between me saying, "Hi, I'm Robert Gillette."
Let me tell you the specific scientific difference, okay? Tone inflection, right? So again, the tone inflection was different, but the linguistics was exactly the same. And like I said, Robert, I would actually hire you. So at the end of the day, I'm not sitting here fighting against you of telling you that you fall into a segment of this same population, okay, that I'm talking about. Because I really truthfully
I'm a part of that population.
No, you're not.
I'm a part of that.
No, you're not.
I am.
No, you're not. You're not.
I might be a rarity. I might be a rarity in that population.
Rarity of what? A rarity
In the
of
sense
what?
that when you look at the spaces like this,
Listen,
That's the problem, Adam. You try to tell him his life, man.
You try to tell me my life. Y'all were accusing me of not being black.
Wait a minute.
Just a few minutes ago, y'all were accusing me of not being black.
Yeah, but
Are
you
y'all
trying to
okay?
tell him his life.
Thank you. So again, at the end of the day,
Brennan, who has Down syndrome, has wanted to be a cop since he was a kid. He was sworn in as an honorary police officer for the day.
You know why I put you over? Like, my friends ain't talking about it.
no, you're not.
No, because you're
No, you're
black.
not. No, you're
You're
not.
supposed to pull people
No,
over if
no,
they're
the
black.
fact that you can articulate
I'm supposed to hit you
and
if
I'm
it's
not
not
going
okay.
to value your intellect because you are
Yes,
very
ma'am.
Thanks,
Come on,
very articulate.
No, come on, I'm just telling you my job.
Look, man, you can't go over there, baby. People in clubs.
Well, maybe you can, but I'm LAPD. I have a quota.
You don't have to
guys think that because somebody is from the streets.
Rob, you don't have to do that.
They are from the streets, you know.
Who's
the
white?
women are from the streets.
white?
I'm not talking to you.
Now-
I'm not
now
talking
he's
to you,
black.
Adam. I'm not talking to you.
Wait a minute.
I think white to be looking at black people and calling them monkeys. So he has to be white. There's no way he could be a black man.
I mean,
and not a black man.
What are you talking about? This is literally me and my people.
Oh my God.
You're gonna write an article.
Let me I'm trying to jump in here because let's be clear on something. I get you saying like, okay, because I'm trying to see it from what you say. Even though it's very condescending.
Barry Allen.
Whatever. I get it.
I give you a compliment.
Well, why?
I'm not saying I'm being condescending.
No,
I literally gave you a compliment. I told you that you're not that street nigga. You don't have to have that be your reality, bro.
Okay,
So how is that an insult?
No, Adams.
But how is that an insult?
Let Don finish his point.
Bro, you're raging, and I wasn't even talking about you. I was talking about this James guy. I wasn't even talking about you. I thought the way he said what he said was a bit condescending. That's just my opinion. Like, you don't have to agree with it, but I wasn't talking about you. What I'm saying, though, is that I get if you say, like, every other word individually,
Time has passed, and I'm not what I was before.
and a blatant, ignorant misusage of words, mispronunciation of words. I get that to a large degree.
My strength is in my experience, not in age.
Nobody owns the right.
I came back not for a vengeance, nor some cold game.
Pronounce it correctly, and if you don't, you're not speaking properly.
Because it has always been mine.
That's just like
Another subject.
Let me finish. I'm just
I
gonna
could
try to
really fucking rob it. That's either one. And this is it. Damn, what else you got? This is the party I'm talking about. Don't you think you can just take everything from us and escape? Holy shit.
African American vernacular English stands
stems from a Creole language pattern. That is a scientific fact.
English is a. I'm just talking about the fundamental language, not all of the other languages that it pull words from. English pulls from Old Norse, it pulls from Old French, which is basically kind of like the same thing, maybe. It pulls from the Greek, it pulls from the Latin.
We've been talking about this for months and months. And we're not sure.
This is insane.
Actually, that's a really good idea, Kelly.
What can I say? I talk a lot.
Actually, that's a really good idea.
Polytheism, that's a fucking Greek word. So
It's not a Latin American word, it's a Spanish word.
Actually, that's a really good idea, Kelly.
What can I say? I talk a lot, so I learned to just tune myself
It's a
out.
colony of Spain.
Man, stop getting with all the nitty-gritty semantics and shit, bro. You getting too, like, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that English is a hard,
No, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Look at my fucking profile. Say I got. Say I got. So again. Say I got. So again, you're sitting up here saying, oh, now you're, no, well, hold on. Miss Cleo's gonna tell me how to pronounce my name on my profile. That's crazy.
I had to tell you how to
That's
pronounce
crazy.
it. Nah,
That's crazy.
call me Gia, but it's
No, I called you Miss Cleo. I called you Miss Cleo. Call me now. Bumbleclot.
Yeah, and I can tell you exactly your future if you want to. If you want me, I can do that. I got cash out. I can tell you your future. Come on.
Mine now. Super hydration, keeps me 24/7 moisturized and smells like a fish.
Just post a link.
What's his name?
For entertainment value.
Let me tell you this, James. I applaud you for defending your life, because I do the same thing, man. Ain't nobody tripping on it like that. And you don't seem like you running around here bragging about that shit. Just listening to some of the things you said, man, it's kind of suspect. Most people who have make America great
again, I try to stop you from going down that road. So I protect my friends. I try to stop you from going down that road.
Make America great again had a suspect. Like literally, they the most suspect of the modern era. Those make America great again hat wearing motherfuckers.
What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, mute him up. Like, this is crazy. I'm gonna tell you something, Matt. Matt. Shut him the fuck up. How about that? Matt. It's crazy. When my grandparents passed away, and they lived in Central Florida, coastal Central Florida, not in the ghetto. All their neighbors with freaking Confederate flags. Those were the first people to come over to the house and say the most wonderful things about my grandparents, right? Those are the people that came over to the house and brought a fucking casserole. So at the end of the day, like, people need to stop this racial bullshit. Like, it's getting old. This is why people have the hashtag Black Fatigue. But that flag represents America. American history. It represents American history. It represents American history.
Wait a minute. That flag represents treason, and it also represents a group. It represents treason. No, that's one thing. But what it mostly represents is a group of people who. Now listen, black folk. We kind of like wondering.
Matt knows my position on this.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
When I buy my house, I am going to hang the biggest fucking Confederate flag in the
Okay, well, don't tell black people to come on here.
Adams versus the Bel Air Crest Neighborhood Association.
Wait a minute.
Loading. Fuck around and find out. We need to bring back American history and American values. Nobody is saying to fly the battle flag. What I'm saying is stop removing it from places where people don't recognize the history of this fucking country.
Let me speak, cause this is where when people make this argument, I'm like, it's still bullshit. Okay, even I've heard that argument. You're not talking to a rookie, my man. I've heard this shit already, and it's still bullshit. Because here's the thing: those people who flew that flag, whether you're flying it in battle or you're just hanging it up as a momentum to remind you of some great time in the past, some history. Remember something: those individuals who you're talking about, they were treasonous, and then on top of that, they were fighting openly to keep my people in slavery. This is not up for debate. Now you say done with it. Prove that. No problem. All you have to do right now, because I bring the receipts, all you have to do right now is Google it's called the Declaration of Causes, put out by the Southern states. Each one, South Carolina, Virginia, Mississippi, Georgia, Texas, etc. Read the Declarations of Causes. I've read them replete. When you go through them, the central focus, what they're focused on mainly is keeping their slaves. This is what is the pressing issue with them. The North is going to take away our slaves. So you can try to romanticize this history, try to...
Don, what fucking year is it, man? It's 2025 and your shit hasn't updated to the newest version, dog. You need to upgrade your operating system instead of your history hypnosis time machine propaganda bullshit, man. It's 2025.
The African American slave trade still existing today. So again, we need to move on from this shit. Like, this shit is nonsensical.
You can't do that. No, what you're saying is we need to just forget, right? So we need to just forget.
That's crazy.
Can I say something? So Dr. Adams, you're saying that we need
I didn't say forget. Hold on. Let me be very specific.
to just forget.
Who said anything about forgetting?
Well, you're saying we need to move on.
Right, so
Not
moving
talk
on.
about
Moving on. That's not forgetting.
Yeah.
Moving on.
We don't move
But
on.
we just
But
don't
you're
talk
hanging the
about the
flag of my
history. We
people's
just-
oppression on your
so
fucking
crazy,
front
man.
lawn. Get the
Like,
fuck
this
out of
is
here.
fucking crazy. Like, y'all
You're
just
gonna hang
love to
the
hold
flag
on to
of-
trauma. Y'all love holding on to trauma.
Well, why don't
Hold
you
on, here's one for you. Wait.
This is
Here's one for you. Here's one for you. Do you think a German...
You're a colonizer too. Hold on.
Do you think a German man is going to hang the Nazi flag?
Okay, so again, here, the black obsession with Nazis again. It's very weird. It's very weird.
Answer my question.
It's very weird. It's very weird. Jews did not throw Bill Cosby in jail. Okay, let's stop this. So at the end of the day, okay, black people in America, as black Americans, are just as much of fucking colonizers by not returning back to Africa, okay, and being in the same colonized region. In the same colonized region. Y'all are just as much fucking colonizers as the next white person.
Hold on, let me say something. Because me and you, we ain't disrespecting each other tonight. I get that you have different views of the current state.
Right. And I also have. Hold on, Rob. Aside
Let me finish my point.
from my blackness.
Hold on, Adams. As a black man, hold on, Adams. You didn't let me finish my point. My point in saying that is this: if you
So again, aside from my blackness, I'm also an indigenous American. So again, listening to you people.
That flies it.
Oh, so fuck the Indians. So now we're fucking the Indians.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's
Adams.
crazy.
Adams, what I'm saying specific to your point about those people, our descendants, our ancestors who were newly freed. How the fuck were they just about to get back to Africa? Who were they gonna know? You do realize that by 1865, less than 2% of the actual slaves who were still slaves were actually born in Africa because of the system of chattel slavery in America.
You don't know shit.
So how would those people were just as American as me and you are. Those people were just as American as Robert E. Lee, just as American as Jefferson Davis. Been any motherfucking abolitionist at that time.
But I have
to suggest to suggest again, that's fine. And I'm with you on that. Because I'm gonna take
my people look at you and the rest of my DNA as well.
No, they don't look at us. They don't look at us as colonizers because they know we didn't do this shit.
Yes, we do. Yes, absolutely we do. 100%.
Motherfuckers again.
That's your stupid ass problem.
When we used to enslave you white motherfuckers, so we could enslave you again. Tell us that history. You keep on holding on
Telling them how you gonna come up with some shit like that though? To suggest that they should have. They was
coming up with anything? Like, this is crazy. Are they not hearing what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy.
They're trying to enslave us now. What's going on?
Exactly.
That's your retarded ass problem. That's your retarded ass problem if you looking at black colonizers. That's your retarded ass problem if you looking at black people as equal colonizers. Yeah, that's your retarded problem. You're the retard doing it.
Okay, so none of y'all were fucking slaves. Okay, I don't know if y'all have been watching reruns of The Color Purple or fucking like reruns of Roots. Like, are they making that new Roots? I think that Roots should actually have like DEI. I think that Sydney Sweeney should actually play Whoopi Goldberg's character. Just to again, we want diversity, equity, and inclusion. I feel like Sydney Sweeney should play Whoopi Goldberg's character. Thank you. I feel like Sydney Sweeney should play Whoopi Goldberg's character in fucking The Color Purple.
Fuck that flag and fuck any of you motherfuckers that fly that flag. How about that shit? Fuck that flag and fuck any of you crackers who fly that shit. Okay? You crackers trying to be slick. Heritage. Hold up. These crackers trying to be slick. Talking about it's heritage. It ain't got nothing to do with it. It's heritage. Get the fucking out. Listen.
No, not too much on Victorious. That's my honor on my black side. That's my honor on my black side. Don't do that.
Wait a minute. You white folk came to America and you set up in Virginia, and the first thing you did when you got here is start eating fucking Indians, dead Indians. You motherfuckers start eating them. Why are you fucking eating dead Indians when you got here? This shit is fucking weird. And don't tell me I'm lying, because Howard Zinn said so. One of your famous white authors. He said it. He said you crackers got here. So your legacy when you first got to America was born out of cannibalism. You fucking cannibalistic motherfuckers, you.
They were
what the fuck are you doing?
We were
starving.
We were hungry.
They could not survive. I'm from Virginia. So once they got here,
We were
decided to eat us in the They were starving.
Oh, PBS did the whole documentary on shit. Hold up. Public broadcasting. Thank God for public broadcasting. They did the whole documentary.
They're shutting down soon.
They did the
Shutting down soon.
That's fun.
I heard about that. But they did the whole documentary.
I like Antique Roadshow. Like, I love Antique Roadshow. But aside from that, like, it's all propaganda. It's all propaganda. They're going away soon. Yeah, it is.
Black people during the slave trade, when people ran out and stuff like that, because sometimes you pass your navigation course and you miss land, and you guys were hungry and you did not eat each other. You looked to the black man and you ate them. It's not a lie. It's the history. You guys were cannibals. Yes, you guys eat flesh.
Who is y'all?
It's sad, but it's true.
Hold up. That was a boat full of
What the hell?
over here.
What the hell?
What the hell?
One dude was so hungry.
What the hell?
A boat full of white folk coming to America. According to Howard Zinn, one white dude on the boat was so hungry that he fucking ate
sexually assaulted all of his daughters, right, and was trying to repopulate the black race from underneath his roof. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that for a second. Do you want to talk about that for a second?
I'm from the Bay Area.
The other guy.
What case is that?
Remember that? The stories? Like just guys eating faces?
No, I'm talking about Northern California.
Yeah, bath salts. I heard about that shit on the Kardashians.
What's the name? Northern California. You talking about that guy? What's his name?
What do you mean?
You said he raped all his daughters.
I believe it was Wasson or Wesson or something of that. Like I have like a memory of a fucking elephant. Lately, things are getting a little bit fuzzy, especially during holiday weekends.
I mean, can we think about barbecue in Haiti? I mean, we can do this.
We're learning what we're learning.
I think it was California v. Wasson.
What we're learning is how dysfunctional and toxic and unhealthy the African American community is. What we're learning is there's a spirit of perversion that's running through the African American community. They've been raping and pillaging who eat their children for centuries, and it was accepted.
So, Auntie, let me ask you a question. Hold on. I want to ask. I have a few family members up here. Pedro's my cousin. Like,
We're not related to you.
Yes.
We got the evidence.
So, Victoria, let me ask you a question.
Evidence of black
Why are you chattering like this? Like, this is crazy. Like, chill out. Let me ask a question. So, if you look at certain cases and certain defenses of people, like, for example, Diddy or R. Kelly, and you hear a slew of black men, running up into spaces saying, R. Kelly is innocent. He didn't pee on that 14-year-old that we all saw on fucking tape before we had, we had fucking child pornography laws that were, not in effect at that point. We all saw that shit. And anybody sitting there, beating their beat to that R. Kelly tape, you could be nailed for fucking child pornography having that shit on your fucking hard drive today. So again,
That's child molestation to me. You grooming a child and then when
I tell you something. White men have been raping black women for centuries. White men have been raping black women for centuries.
Hold on. Are y'all okay? So he is dead. Elvis Presley is dead.
Here's if he's dead. Take the fucking flag off and take off that stone.
The man is dead.
He said because Elvis Presley's dead.
The man is dead. The only person. Hold on. The only king of pop.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hold on. So the only king of pop that is still alive is Michael Jackson. He's posing as LaToya Jackson. He went on The Apprentice. We all know this. Okay? We all know this. Y'all need to stop. Okay? Y'all need to stop. Elvis is dead.
May be a sexual deviant, but he damn sure ain't no cannibal. He may be a sexual deviant. I'm not saying he's not a sexual deviant somewhat, but he's not a cannibal. Your founding fathers, your founding colonies was cannibals. Your country was born out of cannibalism. Understand that. So when you waving that American flag, remember cannibalism. That's what your country was born out of. Don't forget that. I need you to keep that on your brain every time.
Incorrect.
No, it's not incorrect. James Colony, that cannibalistic death camp where you were eating Indian.
Cannibalism was the learned behavior by white people brought over from Africa during slavery.
Excuse me. Those Indians wasn't even in the ground 3 days yet, and your fucking people was so fucking stupid when it came to
200 years? 200 years?
I said 3 days. They wasn't even in the ground 3 days yet.
When was the Mexican-American War?
We're not
Can you
good
maybe
at
walk us through
the harvest thing. They came over here.
As a fellow Catholic.
And another
When was the Mexican-American War?
Hold up. I know when the Mexican-American War was. Don't fucking play with me. Hold up. And another thing, they only had like 2 pair of drawers when they came over here. The Indians even said it. So you can smell them fucking crackers from 2 miles away. That's how stinking their ass was. And all the animals in the forest would take off running because they knew this parasite called it.
Was it fruit of the loom?
You are parasite.
Were those fruit of the loom underwear? You answer my question.
Locust parasite? You're a fucking parasite.
A locust?
Every place you go, they just leave up in there.
This is a new one, man. Now
everything they come across. When they come to new lands, the first thing they do is want to kill it. Okay, y'all the only people that get on the boat. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you African people don't have their problems. I'm not saying that.
There's a white genocide going on in South Africa today. There is a genocide going on in South Africa right now.
I'm not saying
What are you talking about? Do you also want to talk about in anthropology? Do you want to talk about in anthropology the white people who were taken from Europe and sent to North Africa as slaves? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Wait a minute. Don't talk about anthropology.
Yes, white people need to be protected. White people need to be protected.
Hold up. Don't talk about anthropology when we can go back in the paleological record and go up to them fucking areas in Europe where you motherfuckers was and they found teeth marks on the bones. You niggas have a long fucking history.
Who is you niggas?
You fucking white people. Your white ass.
You niggas. I'm only 36% European. Like, are you okay? Are you okay?
Hold on. What's the white boy name? I got the book right here. Wait a minute. What's the white boy name? Oh, here, right here. It's called Iceman
Exactly. Black girl, they're attacking me for no reason.
It's called The Iceman Inheritance by Michael Bradley, about a white boy. He even said it, and he showed the evidence. This is thousands and thousands of years ago. You fucking crackers was up there in them fucking Caucasus eating each other. That's fucking teeth marks on the bones.
So what are you talking about?
So you came from Europe with that behavior, and you put
Yeah, exactly.
you get Jeffrey Dahmer.
Is this what they do in those like biblical smoke? Like, is this what they do in biblical smoke?
No, damn it. No.
This is crazy.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Anybody?
Sorry. This is fucking wild.
Anybody listening, if you think I'm lying, look up fossils found in Europe with teeth bones from the with teeth marks in them from the paleological period.
Animals.
It's animals. It's human teeth marks. It's human teeth marks. You fucking crackers. Humans eating each other. You've been doing this shit since time immemorial. It's a fucking habit. It's in you, motherfucker. It's a habit. Stop lying. You can't come here with that shit.
Matt, white people were, our ancestors were sitting around, eating souffle of Negro. Like, this is crazy.
Wait a minute. So you telling me when the Vandals